Become a successful indie author. Work toward your writing dream. Written by Craig Martell. Narrated by Chris Abernathy. Foreword by Michael Anderle. A long time ago, I was a computer programmer. In the late 90s, there were a set of books I want to say were called 1001 Tips for. I loved these books. Why? Because they were laid out in such a way that I could quickly find out if my questions were answered inside the books themselves. Mind you, this was before the internet, when you could just Google an answer. The books, unfortunately, didn't make it much longer once the internet became commonplace, and I really regret that. Not that I regret not having a huge book of paper, but rather I regret losing them because the layout was so important to my early work success, and I can point to those books, those questions, and the answers. Did I have a printing problem? Go to Chapter 10 on printing. A GUI question. That was Chapter 3, and so on. It didn't matter that 10 minutes before I didn't know how to handle the printing problem. What mattered was I knew how to find the answer and how to get the answer fast. All of the information inside of the book can be found out there somewhere. However, it is Craig's experience in bringing together the right information, organized in the right way, with personal clarity and examples from his experience, that makes this book worth picking up. Whether you are a new indie publisher or have published a few books, there is good information inside these pages. Items we all forget from time to time. Mistakes made you will want to skip, so learn from those of us who have made them in the first place. I've been blessed to have benefited from Craig's business acumen, which he spent decades learning, inside my company LMBPN Publishing for free, because I can be a cheap bastard like that. All I owe him is a beer, and since we see each other so infrequently, he rarely remembers, and even if he does, a few beers is way cheaper than his consulting rate, so I come out ahead anyway. Take a few minutes to review the questions he answers in the front of this book. See if any of them look like a question you already have or believe you might want to know. If you, like me, appreciate someone collating the knowledge and save you time and energy looking it up, then next time you see him, buy him a beer for me, would you? It will take another beer off the tab I owe him. Ad eternitatum. Michael Anderle. Foreword by Kevin McLaughlin. Step 1. Imagine a Venn diagram with two circles. One circle is the things that people like to read. The other circle is the things you like to write. Where do they overlap? Write that. Step 2. When picking your genre, be prepared to write at least 6 books in that specific subgenre before moving on. If you move on that early, move to a closely related genre. For example, writing 6 space opera books and moving to military science fiction is fine. Moving from space opera to epic fantasy is likely going to damage your brand and slow your growth. There are tons of exceptions to this, authors who have crossed genres and killed it anyway. They did that in spite of the cross-genre work. You maximize your success by building a brand within a single type of book. Expand later after you have a dozen or more books out. Step 3. Write a great story that people want to read. To do this, you need a deep understanding of plot structure, or you need to get very lucky. Study structure and form. Understand the hero's journey. Read McKee and Save the Cat and Libby Hawker and every other major type of plotting and structure tool. Study them, especially the renowned ones that have stood the test of time. Yes, even if you are a pantser. In fact, it's even more crucial that pantsers grok plot and structure, since they're flying by the seat of their pants and need an intuitive understanding of those things. Step 4. Get a great, genre-specific cover for the book. The primary thing every cover must do is tell any prospective reader precisely what sort of book this is. Ideally, it should look a lot like best-selling books in your sub-genre. You want a cover that tells the readers immediately what they are getting, with no questions or doubts. Step 5. Publish. Then market. Your job as publisher is to first put out a top-quality product, well edited, however you make that happen, with a great cover and good blurb. Then it's to get eyes on that product. That's all the book is once you upload it. It is a product that you must show to potential consumers to get them to buy it. Facebook ads, AMS ads, Twitter ads, AdSense, and anything else you can think of. Drive readers to that book page in enough numbers with good enough targeting, and you will move copies. Step 6. While you're marketing, be writing. Same genre, same series, get more books out. What I'm seeing today is 4 books a year is the bare minimum to have a decent shot at financial career success. Less than that, and you're losing momentum too fast. The good news? 4 books at 75,000 words each is only about 800 words per day. You can pound that out on lunch breaks if you want this badly enough. If you don't want it badly enough, you won't do the work, and it won't happen. The question will usually come down to this one. How hungry are you? The people who work the hardest are generally the ones who are succeeding the most. They're not always the best writers, nor are they always the best marketers or publishers. But over time, the simple application of effort has a multiplicative impact on one's march toward success. Introduction. Who am I to give advice on being a successful, independently published author, indie? I have more than 2 million words in publication. I write every day. I publish, I market, I run my business, and I make good money at it. Hopefully, this book will put some of your fears to rest and get you on track toward the next level as a professional author. Why publish your books yourself? For the same reason most small businesses start. You have an idea and are the best one to make it a reality. That idea is a story, and you have to write it, then publish it, and then sell it. And then write another one. Daunting? Maybe. Easy? Definitely not. Doable? Eminently. We publish independently because we get a much higher royalty share. We have complete control over our work. We interact directly with our readership, and so much more. The drawback is that you have to do it all yourself. Creativity, production, marketing, and accounting. But indies are betting on themselves, just like any other small business. We stand up and shout, "I got this!" Then we knuckle down and do the hard work where we and we alone are responsible for our success. Will this book guarantee that you'll be the next 7-figure author? Absolutely not. But it will show you that if you work hard at the right things, it may not be as far away as you think. Make your hard work work for you. This book is meant to show you what's possible and that you are not alone on this journey. Arming yourself with information is the best way to win the battle known as indie publishing. You can do it. It takes work, but the mountain is not insurmountable. J.K. Rowling made over $1 billion in book sales alone, and estimates suggest that she reached only 9% of the book reading public. Only 9% is worth $1 billion. She didn't get there because she was trying to get rich. She got there because she wrote great stories and then handled the business side of it. What if you were able to tap 1/10,000th of that? Then you would be a $100,000 author. The average author makes about $10,000 a year. But we refuse to be average because we learn from others with readily available information that will help us get to that next level. No matter where you are on your author journey, there's always a new level you can reach. Is this a how-to book? Kind of. As an indie, don't trust anyone who speaks in absolutes. There are a lot of things that you should do, and inside this book, I'll highlight those very clearly. This book is more like a smorgasbord. Pick and choose what may work best for you. Tweak as you need, and take it for a test drive. Remember, one size does not fit all. The more you know about your business, the more time you can devote to what brought you here in the first place. Writing. I love to write. It's my escape from everything else. But I also love the business side of things. You'll find that an early mistake can be overcome through adjustment and re-engagement. Your first book doesn't sell well. So what? Learn why, fix it, and get better for next time. There are many different ways up the mountain, so do what works best for your business. I write pulp, but I take my craft seriously. Doing what keeps your readers most engaged is what you must do to make money at your craft. This is your story and your business. Read as many success stories as you can, see what works for others, and build your plan on the details, not the results. Control what you can control, and then do what you need to do. The results can only come from that. Roll up your sleeves, because it's time to get to work. Chapter 1. Writing your book, aka telling the story. Write your book. The first thing you have to do is write the book. It's hard to be an author without writing, despite those who ply you with their shortcuts and amazing methodologies on writing a book in a week. That's not for those who have never written a book before. Writing a complete story is the hardest thing you'll ever do. It's a day in, day out grind. Many people's first book takes years to finish. That's when you realize that writing the book is only half the battle. But at this point, despite the effort, you crossed one finish line. That doesn't mean you quit running forever. It only means looking for the next starting line. In today's world, writing one book is a passion project. It may make a little money and get a few sales, but to sell a great number of copies, you'll have to be a marketer. You know what sells the last book? The next book. Until you've established a core readership, then that's a whole different business model. In this business, you only need to do two things: write a great book and put it in the right reader's hands. That's it. It starts with writing the great book. How do you know what to write? The easiest way is to write what you know. If you like a genre and have read hundreds of books in it, then you will have an innate feel for story themes that future readers will expect and story flow. You need to understand the principles that make books great before you can deviate from them. Write what you know because, although all humans are natural storytellers, turning that into the written word is a different skill entirely. It is projecting the white light of creation through the prism of your words to splash colors directly into the reader's minds. Great first line. Where do we start? With the first word. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. The first two sentences of Dickens's classic A Tale of Two Cities. It grips. It creates a dichotomy. You have to read on. Everything you write is keeping the reader reading. From the first sentence to the next, they need to continue to find out what happens. I bought a book on how to write better converting emails. That should have been an author's best friend, but it was 70 pages of, "Can't believe that's true? Read on." It was a complete book of clickbait. That's an example of ad copy gone way overboard. It's not what I'm talking about for your prose. Don't try to put a cliffhanger at the end of each sentence, unless you do and it works. You want them to keep turning the page because it's interesting, and then you want them to buy your next book too. What you want to do is create characters that readers can relate to and a storyline that flows. Scenery, spelling, good grammar, all those take a back seat to the story. Of course, you should try to produce a completely error-free book, but you should ask the question, whose definition of error? That's why they're called typos, a minor miscue that is easily remedied once you know where it is. But when you have a story that pulls the reader in, they'll keep reading right through any typos. The Successful Indie Author books are a series, and if you want to know more about craft, I recommend Larry Martin's and my book called Write Compelling Fiction. Testing a minimum viable product. When Michael Anderle, author of the mega best-selling Arthurian Gambit series, talks about a minimum viable product, he's talking about a story that keeps readers turning the page. Getting beta readers on board early in the process is important to optimize your writing time. If 3 people who are mostly in your genre unanimously agree that they want to keep reading after they've seen the first 3,000 words, then keep writing and continue to write. If they say they wouldn't keep reading, then you have an issue that needs to be fixed. Your product may not be viable. This is much more than minimally viable. Good enough isn't just good enough. Minimally viable means that a book can sell well. It doesn't mean that the book is going to be the next great American novel. You want the readers to keep reading. If they stop reading, nothing can help you except fixing your product, your story. Rapid release, Facebook ads, newsletter swaps, nothing will save a book that people are willing to put down. You need to write a good story, one that people want to keep reading. It can be in need of editing. That's okay because you can get that done later before you hit publish. But rewriting a book in entirety that readers have panned is not just time-consuming, it's soul-crushing. Getting out of the gates with your first book will almost always take longer than when you're more experienced. And it's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect, just good enough. If you're paralyzed by fear and self-doubt, write those first words and make them killer. Then share. I think you'll find that there's a storyteller inside of you. Listen to the feedback, hit some singles, doubles, and then swing for the fence. But you have to get the words out there. Rewriting the same story over and over again doesn't help you to improve. It's only a way to sabotage yourself and a career as an author. Why do you think you don't deserve to be a successful author? That's right, you do deserve it, if you work hard at the right things. Keep reading. How do you find test readers? Ask other new authors struggling with their first book, swap and read. Ask readers in your genre. For me, Facebook was great to connect with fellow fans of Andre Norton, but be aware that their standard is Andre Norton. Striking up a conversation with these folks can lead to finding a few new test readers, but be patient. Cultivate that over time by finding other authors you like, mutual favorite stories, but also open to new stuff. If the standard is Anne McCaffrey and you have not written a book yet, you will have a difficult time. You can't compare your first effort with someone else's best effort. Look at the book from a reader's perspective. Me personally, I care what readers in my genre think first and foremost, because they are the ones who will be paying for my books. That is the one hard and fast rule. You must find readers willing to buy your books. Otherwise, it's just a hobby, which is okay. But if you want to make money at this thing called self-publishing, then you need to find people who like what they see well enough to part with some of their cash. Minimum viable product. A story that people are willing to pay to read, and when they've finished, they're happy to buy your next book. Period. It's a high minimum, but eminently achievable. Keep in mind that the perfect story only exists in the reader's mind. So write the story, make it compelling, and let the readers decide how much they like it. Preparing to write. What do you do with a 3-hour block of writing time? I suggest you read something from your genre for the first hour, a bunch of different passages from your genre. Get on the mailing lists: Free Booksy, BookBub, Book Barbarian, BookSends, Bargain Booksy, Hello Books, and many others. They send a daily email. You can get frontline, top-notch authors in your genre for free or 99 cents. Or you can get a Kindle Unlimited membership and read from there on Amazon. If you don't read in your genre, how can you write in it? That's my opinion. It helps to see what others are doing, if nothing else, to see what you can do better. If you are doing a mashup between genres, read both. First and foremost, I believe authors are readers. I write in Microsoft Word. It's what I've used ever since it came out. KDP Print has templates for paperbacks. I downloaded one of those after I published my first book, and that's what I write in, a Word template for 8.5 inches by 11 inches. Why do I write in such a big size? Because I can adjust anything from there to 6 inches by 9 inches, or my preferred paperback size, 5 inches by 8 inches. There are a lot of other programs out there to use, but remember they are all tools. Do not let the tool dictate your story. Let the tool help you tell it. Whether you use LibreOffice, Google Docs, Scrivener, Atticus, or any of the others, make sure you teach it who's the boss. Most software programs come with free 30-day trials. Try one and see if you can produce a small sample of your book, a chapter or two with front matter and end matter in the proper format. If you can use a tool, upload your manuscript into the website of your chosen distributors, Kindle Direct Publishing, KDP, Nook, Kobo, and see the final product, Mobi, EPUB, then you've mastered your tool. Get your words down, because you can't edit a blank page. I think a page full of bad words is still a good page because I can rewrite it, and that goes more quickly than creating it from scratch, even if I end up changing every word. I believe you should write every single day. It's what writers do. It's an escape. If you only wrote 1,000 words a day, that's 365,000 words over the course of a year. That is a lot of words. That could be from 30 minutes to an hour of jamming. Some days I only get a couple hundred words, and that's okay. There are plenty of other days where I get a lot of words. I used to pants it, seat of my pants, but I don't have the luxury of unlimited time anymore. When I'm in the zone, a moment of exceptional clarity, I will write an outline from start to finish. Usually it's a rambling narrative with bad grammar and ridiculously long run-on sentences, but it is a complete story. I've written up to 10,000 word outlines, which makes writing the book so much easier. I have included the outline in my books as original content bonus material because the end story will deviate some from the original idea. The reader can see what I was thinking originally and then how it turned out. And then I went back to pantsing it because it was no longer saving me time. I can write the first half of the book according to the outline, but the last half takes on a life of its own. So if I do an outline nowadays, it's only for half the book. Filling in the rest of the details takes some effort, needless to say, but I need the freedom to keep the flow correct and the characters interesting. Know your story before you start writing. Grip your readers right out of the gate. I write the first chapter, usually short, with action, brief dialogue, emotional conflict, and lots of unanswered questions. I then write the last chapter of the book. I have to detail how and where I want the story to end. All the rest makes up the learning journey that I take with my readers. Knowing the story you want to tell and knowing all the details are not the same thing. As part of my outlines, I will include key learning points, what I want to give the readers. Here's a sample of what I wrote for Dark Landing Book 9. Thad calls Shantae and tells her that she makes him want to retire from being a soldier. She's humbled, but tells him that's who he is, and taking that away from him would make him miserable and resent her. Just like she is a businessman first and foremost, it's in her blood, like being a warrior is in his. He formally asks her out on a date. The scene ends with her in her office, thinking about it, smiling. And that's the extent of my outline, but fleshing it out will come to when I start writing. I can see the scene because I've lived the scene. Write what you know has worked well for me. For example, while deployed with the U.S. Marines, it was nice to talk with my wife and dream about being home. While home, doing the everyday life things, it was easy to dream about being back in the war. Capturing the flashes of what people see and feel during these times makes for a deep and three-dimensional chapter. Writing the story. How do you tell your story without creating discord? There are innumerable ways to create flow, and even more ways to ruin the story's flow. Let me give a couple of examples here, but your genre will be more tuned in to what those readers expect. I have a list of words that I can use instead of the word said, but digging out synonyms isn't the right answer. What you're looking for is flow, telling a gripping story that keeps the readers engaged. Imagine a group of 3 people talking. "I'm hungry," the young man said. "I'm not," his father replied. "I wouldn't eat what I'm smelling," the young man's sister said. That prose seems stilted. Let's color it in. "I'm hungry," the young man said, sniffing the air to catch the scent coming from the kitchen. "I'm not." His father wrinkled his nose and grimaced. "I wouldn't eat what I'm smelling," the young man's sister retorted, taking a step backward away from the kitchen. Or an alternative. The young man stood in the doorway, sniffing appreciatively. "I'm hungry." "I'm not." The young man's father wrinkled his nose and grimaced. "I wouldn't eat what I'm smelling." The young man's sister took a step backward, away from the kitchen. Let me recommend The Story Grid, What Good Editors Know, by Sean Coyne for more information on crafting a tale. Joe Nassis and Max Drake also have a great deal to offer in the world of craft. What you just heard is only one example of an infinite number. See the difference, look to your genre, and embrace a style that you like best. Craft is critically important, but it is also unique to your genre. Lawyers write a certain way because they have to. Urban fantasy is different from high fantasy, is different from hard science fiction, is different from romance, is different from... You get the idea. Know what expectations there are within your genre. Study your genre. No, study it. Don't just read the books. What are the tropes? What is the most common writing style? You need to be unique, but not too different. And that is my blue-collar approach. You want fresh stories told in a great way that is still within a style that readers expect. John Truby has an excellent book on the topic, The Anatomy of Genres, How Story Forms Explain How the World Works. K-Lytics published a great report on what it took to make $100,000 per year. Their conclusion, based on the considerable data available to them, publish great books frequently. That is the challenge, isn't it? And that is the great debate. Many people think that if you write fast, you have to let quality slide. Others, like me, have streamlined the processes and put all the effort into making that first draft of words the best it can be. One still needs to review for flow, consistency, copy edit, and proofread. With the team I have on my side, I can perform all those steps on a 70,000-word novel in less than 2 weeks. But that took a long time to get in place. For a newer author, follow the quality control process. As long as it takes, within reason, proofreaders shouldn't take months to get back to you, and do the best you can. Don't get paralyzed by a misplaced perception of perfect. You are comparing your first draft to those of the masters, those who have spent decades honing their craft. You can't get there overnight. It takes practice and an effort to improve, keeping in mind that the readers are the final arbiter of whether your story is good or not. Self-sabotage is refusing to publish because your book isn't perfect. You can't grow if you don't learn. How can you learn if you don't publish? See what I mean? The person who never publishes never gets criticized. The person who publishes and learns will be buying the first person dinner because they're making a good living from their writing. How can we make sure that our books get better and better? Getting feedback. Look for people who are able to talk about the story. Nearly every story is salvageable with the right advice. Be open to feedback. If you have to explain, then you wrote it incorrectly, unless that's what you were going for, and then you need to find the readers who you don't have to explain it to. The story and characters must stand on their own. On rare occasions, the reader will miss something. Think how you can help future readers avoid making the same mistake. And sometimes readers just aren't going to get it. Some will miss something early on that has to be how it is. Ignore that feedback, accept your 1-star review, and move on. I sold my very first story to a traditional publishing house, a small press. It has a 4.0 rating on Amazon, not too bad at all. But I look back through it, and it makes me wince to read my own words. I could rewrite the whole series over the course of a week or two and smooth everything out, but that's not exactly the point. Those books are good stories in survival fiction, although one reviewer said that they made me the laughingstock of an entire state. He was wrong in his understanding of the entire story. My biggest fans from End Times Alaska are Alaskans, so I think that reviewer is one of those outliers who enjoy trying to make themselves the subject matter expert. It goes back to, who do you listen to for feedback? I'll go with the 90%. I'm a fiction author. Fine, my story didn't meet with your idea of how things would go. Easy day, we both move on. Life is still good. This is one of the hardest things to do. You are going to take your baby, your story, and throw it out there for the unwashed masses to criticize. But they aren't unwashed masses. They're good people like you and me. Some may take pleasure in being negative, but you'll find there are many more people who are willing to talk about the positive. Look at the negatives and see what they tell you. Look at the positives and see what they tell you. Somewhere in between is the truth. I have a number of books with a 4.9-star rating. I am humbled by the overwhelmingly positive response. In those cases, I talk with my editor to find out what I did differently, and then we try to leverage more of that into the next book. Sometimes it's hard to articulate what you did right. If you can find that, do more of it, and less of the stuff that didn't work with the readers. Maintaining a constant dialogue with your editor is key to improvement. Let me share some feedback that I received today when I asked a friend to look at the start to a new story. "Your writing is astounding, Craig. You have come a very long way from your first work, which was excellent in its own right. I love the third-person omniscient perspective and the colorful commentary on the town as they come to port. By the time they reach the mayor, I feel like I know the characters. An interesting bit of writer's magic there." I expect you know how this made me feel. I've worked hard over the years to improve my prose. Listening to my editors, I have multiple, but it took time and money to bring the team together. Listening to the readers, reading, and practicing. Always practicing. How does one get an editor or team of editors? In the 20 Books to 50K Facebook group, I started a self-promotion thread for editors to advertise. Anyone can peruse those posts and select a number of editors to try. Nearly all of them will do a sample of 500 or 1,000 words. Find one that seems to suit you best, as in the one who helps bring out the best version of you as a writer. As in, get a few different samples and review them dispassionately. Hire the one that helps you make your work reflect a better you, maybe even challenges you to see through a clearer lens. I've found more. I have developmental editors who help keep my story on track. They do that for free because they like my stuff, and I like them. I don't want to ever let the double D's down by telling a bad or confusing story. The Dark Landing series is for them. It was their idea, and I wanted to see them smile, so we made it come to life. When your editors become your close friends, everyone gets better. For a single-pass line editor, you get a certain amount of proofing and grammar correction. For a double pass, you'll get continuity and even better spelling and grammar alignment. It'll cost you more, so you have to assess if you received that much more value for your money. I'm good with the single pass and a solid group of beta readers and proofreaders. Keep searching until you find an editor who you can work with. Talk about your schedule, and don't ever deliver a manuscript late or in substandard condition. Treat your editor with respect, and you'll be amazed at how great they can help you become. Discipline. Being an indie means being all things. It means writing most of all. Telling the stories that become the product that bring in revenue to help you keep writing. Too many people never finish their book or finish it only to throw it aside because it's not a masterpiece. Expect that some of the words will be horrible, and that's okay. We've all written words that make us do a double take. What in the hell was I thinking? Find the good in the words. Find the smooth plot. If it's not there, fix it. You have the power. If you have a half-done book, finish it. Don't be the writer who can't finish a story. You had a great idea once, enough to commit a month or 3 of your life to it. Embrace it and bring it to fruition. Flesh out your characters. Bring them to life. Writing is how we escape. Reading is how our fans escape. It's hard work, but once you're done, you'll find that you've accomplished something that almost no one else has. Look at the rest of the world. 7 billion people, and Amazon shows titles from millions of authors. If you finish a book and publish it, that makes you one in thousands. That means you are different from 99.9% of the people out there, many who said they wanted to write a book. If you make enough to write full-time, that makes you 1 in a million. But you can't get there if you don't finish books. Be a published author. It's the first plateau on the mountain of success. Join us. But it takes finishing the book before anything else. It takes writing, even when sometimes you don't feel like it. For me, that's when my most profound words seem to appear. On my editing pass, I can see what mood I was in when I wrote the scenes. In the end, it all flows the same, even though I wrote at all times of the day and night, in different weather, different places, and in 100 different moods. The readers can't tell because they take the book as a single escape from the real world. How do I know that? Because I publish the books, people read my stories, and I hear from them, both good and bad. It makes me better. And it started with writing that first book from start to finish and then publishing it, putting it out there for strangers to read. Finish it. If you start a story and it isn't doing what you want it to do, you have 3 choices. Rewrite it, keep going to the finish, or abandon it. Rewriting a story when you're in the middle guarantees that it will be a long and painful book. It's also the perfectionist's nightmare, a book that will never measure up. If you've written to the minimum viable product level, then someone has already told you that they'd like to read on. What was sufficiently gripping to keep them interested? Do more of that. I know that sounds simplistic, but it is that easy. Readers have their expectations that start with the genre they think the book is in and with the framework you establish in the first chapter. Don't try to build the entire world with a massive info dump in the first few pages. I would never recommend that, which is how I look at it as a reader. Let me go to the first book in the Bad Company series. Here's what I have for the first page and a half. I introduce 3 characters and a situation. The rest of the book resolves what you see in the introduction. 1. Combat action. 2. A mission determined by someone not in the battle. 3. Humor. Not that one, the other one. Everything that will make up the book is there. Terry, Nathan, Lance, combat, and humor. It is a military science fiction book, heavy on the military, but it's also space opera, hence the introduction of the characters, even though most of the readership already knows who they are. We wanted to bring in new readers, so I made this an entry point into the series without having to read the previous 12 books. But series entry points are marketing issues, and what we want to talk about is finishing the book. When the readers looked at the first couple pages below, they see the hook of the story, the issues that need to be resolved. As long as the story was working toward that end, then it was going to remain a sound story. An explosion sounded, and plasma fire flashed before his eyes. Hidden in a remote corner of the Pan Galaxy, Nathan Lowell sat in his private office looking at the video communication screen. The president of the Bad Company frowned. His direct action branch was engaged, and not in a good way. Nathan slowly shook his head as he watched. 37 star systems away, General Lance Reynolds saw the same images displayed on his monitor. He chewed vigorously on his cigar. The report wasn't what he had expected. Colonel Terry Henry Walton, the man in the image, looked back and forth between the screen and something to his left. Ominous sounds accompanied the image. "This first mission wasn't what we contracted for, Nathan," Terry yelled at the portable console that sat with a sideways tilt. He stared at a point-off screen, shook his head, and continued. "My first stop when I get off this rock is that dandy president's office where I'll wring his pencil neck to get our 30% bonus and 70% kicker, and then I'm leveling his fucking palace." "Can you settle this with what you have?" Lance asked. "Yes, sir," Terry replied. "I already told you once. Call me Lance." "No can do, General. Can't have you thinking I've grown soft just because I've been a pseudo-civilian for over 150 years. Hang on." Terry's smile evaporated as he looked off screen, his lip curling involuntarily. "Shoot him!" he shouted. The crack of handheld railguns answered. Terry stabbed his finger at something neither Nathan nor Lance could see. "Not that one! The other one!" Terry corrected. More cracks from the hypervelocity weapons. Terry nodded and flipped the bird. "Fuck you, buddy, and your stupid-looking stalk head!" Terry turned back to the screen. "Where were we?" I wrote that first, and then edited it often in order to help create the smoothest flow possible. And then I wrote the last chapter, which you'll hear in just a moment. 1. So much combat that they were exhausted from fighting. 2. Mission accomplished. 3. They still have some humor. Terry's head hung as he sat at the conference table. Mickey didn't know if he was awake or not. Char sat up straight, but her eyes were closed and her mouth hung slack as she was out cold. The captain watched them briefly, believing that they hadn't slept for the entire time they'd been on the planet. "Smedley, activate the comm system and link us through, please." Nathan appeared and gave Captain Mickey San Marino a hearty good morning. Mickey smiled and pointed the camera at the leaders of the Bad Company's direct action branch. Nathan watched them, shaking his head. Mickey got up and walked behind the two, putting his hands gently on their shoulders. Terry about came out of his skin, making the captain jump back, stumble, and slam into the wall. Terry mumbled an apology before blinking the hologram into focus. "Oh, hi, Nathan. How's it hanging?" You've looked better, TH. Although Char is spectacular as always, I don't know why she strapped herself to a goon like you." The whites of Char's eyes showed round as she forced her eyes open, making her look like a zombie, which was exactly how she felt. Terry turned his head, saw her vacant expression, and started to chuckle. "You have a way with words," Terry started, before taking a deep breath and repeating the report that he'd prepared in his head. After 2 minutes, Nathan stopped him. "You know who President Ronald Reagan was. Remember when he asked for the entire budget of the United States to be condensed down to 1 page? Give me that version. We ended the war, and we made more than we spent. We acquired a Potter and a Crooner for the team. They bring unique capabilities, diversity, strength of mind and character, and all of that. I don't think we'll be misled again into fighting some knucklehead's war for him. Were you able to talk with Dickface?" "You mean the president?" Nathan asked, knowing exactly what Terry Henry meant. The colonel nodded. Nathan leaned close to his monitor. Char hadn't blinked. He was convinced that she was sound asleep with her eyes wide open. He looked back to Terry. "Yes, he's pleased with the outcome and delivered an abject apology. He said that he wasn't deliberately misleading. I don't believe him, but we have our money in hand, including the bonus and kicker. Your first mission, and you are well on your way to paying off the war axe. Only another 307 like that, and you'll own it outright." "Say what?" Terry raised one eyebrow. Nathan maintained a deadpan expression. "Just keep plugging away, and you'll be living the good life, retired on a Caribbean island." "Already did that. It's exhausting." Terry rubbed the stubble on his face. "I need to put this one to bed," he pointed to Char, "and then check on my people. You know the status. 1 lost, 1 severely injured. General Reynolds has sent Ted and a research group from R2-D2 to Keeg Station for security reasons. We've received too much intel that suggests the facility is a prime target for undesirables." Ted seemed indifferent, but Felicity was ecstatic, or so I hear. She's also going to be the station manager. The last one died in a bar fight with an Asplesian. "What's an Asplesian?" Terry mumbled. "You'll find out. I'm sure Felicity won't put up with any of their crap." "The old team, back together already. I like it. I'm sure Ted and our crooner will get along like old buds," Terry suggested. "It looks to me like war fighting suits you, TH. Nathan waved a handful of papers in front of the camera. "I've sent a batch of RFPs, requests for proposals, your way. Take a look and see what grabs you. They all need the bad company yesterday." Nathan and Terry both shook their heads as they looked at the image of the other. "Will do, when I can see to read the words, Nathan. All I have to say is fuck those guys and fuck the next bunch too, whoever they may be. Truer words were never spoken. Until then, Terry Henry, thank you for a job well done." What matters is that you finish the story. Perfect is the enemy of good enough. Remember that your readers will determine if it's a product worth buying. I want to please my dad because he's one of my biggest fans, but I have a lot of other fans too. Stay true to the story you establish up front, and your way ahead will remain clear. That should also tell you why I am fanatical about getting that first chapter correct. If you do that, then the rest of the book is a done deal. All that's left is to spend the butt time in chair to get the words down, which is easier if you already know what you need to accomplish and that your characters have an end point. Do it now. I'm not a fan of starting a rewrite halfway through a draft. I've gone to the extent of sending the first half to my beta readers to see if it worked. Every single time they said that it did. They asked a couple questions that helped me remove a misleading subplot, or better, expand it because they saw it as something that I did not. When trusted readers help you write your story, it is a magical thing. Abandoning a story. If you cannot get into your book, set it aside. I would never recommend completely abandoning a story. All words are hard to come by. Even if you're churning out 7,000 of them a day, they are words well earned. I put become a successful indie author aside for 6 months because fiction is my moneymaker, but I never abandoned this guide. I kept adding ideas here and there as I thought of them before going back to the novel I was working on at the time. The end result, Become a Successful Indie Author, is a fairly decent body of work. Also, the additional time helped me to learn more and add both more and better material. Out of all of that, I would say that you shouldn't start a book that you are waffling about. If you can write the first and last chapters, then you can write the whole book. Some things may change, and you will have to tweak or even rewrite the last chapter, but tell the story. Let the words flow from start to finish. Don't be an author with a hard drive full of incomplete stories. Be the author with a nice backlist of material for fans to dig into. And by this, I mean pay you for. Detail tracking. How do you keep track of your world-building details? The best way you can, using whatever tools you're most comfortable with. For me, it's Excel. From my business consulting days, I'm a huge fan of spreadsheets, so I have all of my business in one massive master spreadsheet. I don't recommend this for those who aren't spreadsheet savvy, but you do need to keep track somehow. For my free trader series, I had columns labeled terms, city, geography, people, and creatures. As it turned out, I ended up drawing a map and using that for my geography, but I still needed the spreadsheet to keep track of who the key players were in each of the towns and locations. I had some unique terminology and made a mini dictionary of terms. The two lengthiest columns, chock full of entries, were people and creatures. My free trader series is Space Opera Space Adventure. It is all about humans and their sentient creature friends. I wrote about the species and then a short narrative for the history. I added to it as I went with named creatures and named people, just enough to know that someone was blue-eyed or had a mate or some other identifying characteristic. You love your characters, but you're going to forget the little details. In my Nomad series, Simmons in Book 1 became Timmons in Book 2 and all that followed. We caught it after Book 6 was published when someone listened to the audio where it was obvious. It was too late at that point, so we owned the mistake. It happens, but try to minimize that by keeping a good record. For the Terry Henry Walton Chronicles, I had a single 2-column spreadsheet, item and definition. That was only okay. I needed more detail. Maybe break out into antagonists, protagonists, and geography. It was a mess of notes, and that's how Simmons became Timmons. I wrote the books quickly, one after another, but that only partially made the difference. Maps are key. If you can draw a map or draw on a map, then your world becomes three-dimensional. Yellow stickies can be your friend, until you've got a pile of them falling everywhere. I write military science fiction, so I also built organizational charts, because command and control, of course. Line and block charts, and tactical battle diagrams. The stuff I need is the overall commander for both sides. I also built a family tree, since the kids were going to grow up and become integral to the story. We were filling a 150-year gap in the timeline, so the family tree was an important overlay of the timeline. That also helped with character interaction between storylines. And all of that stuff was rough and hand-drawn. I tried an online program called Story Shop, and that didn't do it for me. It was like trying to manage an Access database where you had to have your linkages correct, otherwise you wouldn't find your data. A couple wonderful friends built a concordance, an alphabetized index of all the words within my books, and it is something you can do for yourself. You load all your books into it, and can then search by a variety of phrases to see where each of the references show up. In longer works, this helps your consistency in references, so you don't misplace a bar or put a space station in the wrong solar system. Do a Google search on concordance software download, and you'll find some from reputable download sites like CNET. I now combine all past books in a series into a single file in Word. I remember keywords and phrases that I can search to find more info on the topic. Continuity is important. It saves you from Simmons becoming Timmons. I don't know about you, but I like the visuals, so I have really rough hand-drawn stuff. I've been able to maintain 8 unique points of view, POVs, throughout an entire novel with that level of note-taking. That's also a benefit to writing fast. Had I taken a month off in the middle, I would have lost all train of thought on that book, which is my second highest reviewed book on Amazon. The complexity of the POVs was important for the story, and the readers stayed on board throughout. Many did not put the book down from start to finish because they wanted to know what happened to the next group, and then the next, and so on until the story was told. When all is said and done, if your world is J.R.R. Tolkien or G.R.R. Martin complex, then you need to take your time to make sure all the threads tie together. They took a long time before they released those books because the world building was at the highest level. Look to the Dragon Riders of Pern. Anne McCaffrey did some incredible world building, but the readers were introduced to it one small piece at a time. I modeled my free trader in this fashion, still working to get to Anne's level of prose, and it was easy to build the world as I went, filling in my spreadsheet one passage at a time. This method worked for me because I had already built the world in my mind, but had I tried to get it all down before writing, then it would have taken time and I would have wrestled with details that held no relevance. Is it 10 steps up to the front door or 14? Don't worry about it unless it matters to the story. He looked up at the door, never taking his eyes from it as he climbed the stairs. Open the world one door at a time so the reader can process it more easily. Keep in mind that everything you do is for the reader. If you write too complex for an average reader to follow, your market narrows and you'll get some bad reviews. That doesn't make it a bad thing, but I still can't read Tolkien's Silmarillion. I have a law degree, for Pete's sake, but that's more braining than I'm willing to invest in a story where I just want to get away for a while. The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings were perfectly epic, or epically perfect, as it may be. Chapter 2. Creating your brand, your persona. What is your brand? Successful author isn't a brand. Success is the result of good writing, publishing, and marketing. How the world sees you is your brand. Make sure they see what you want them to see. Look at the product logos around you: Nike, the NFL, Dow, Tupperware, Pampered Chef, and so many more. How do you feel when you hear these brands? Now think about authors. What do you think when someone says James Patterson, or Stephen King, or Nora Roberts? They have million-dollar marketing machines behind them, but the social media era has made them more accessible. Many of the old-school authors do not have a social media presence. They never needed it because the traditional publishing houses kept their names and books in front of people at the brick-and-mortar stores, on newsstands, in grocery stores, and in mailers. We don't live in that world anymore. I saw an article that said 73% of Americans are on Facebook. Most people have an email address. Digital is now. As for tomorrow, who knows what the future holds? Getting your ads into magazines will reach some old-school readers, but getting your face in front of the digital crowd is instantaneous and far-reaching. We now have worldwide reach. If I publish a book today, it will be available around the world. Think about that and watch the royalties roll in from all of the different Amazon stores. As long as people get you. Back to your brand. Don't be a dick, whether to other authors, to your readers, to anyone. I'm not sure how much I can emphasize this. Abrasive people generally don't do well. Being an indie is about doing everything yourself, being alone as you write. But you aren't alone. You are a member of a select group, budding professional authors, people paid for what they write. We all need help, and if you're a dick, people generally won't help you. Don't let your brand harm you. Don't make a hard job even harder. Writing is hard, and it's also one of the most gratifying jobs you'll ever have. Be kind. Help other folks, especially when you're just starting out. Even though you think you're too new and don't know enough to help others out, you aren't. You can test read, or simply be a sounding board to support another new author who is also starting out. I wrote a couple different post-apocalyptic series, one that had a significant prepper survivalist slant. The readers in that group have a certain characteristic, just like readers in most other groups. When you appeal to multiple groups, that's when you have to take great care with your brand. A friend of mine told me that I was a cool libertarian. I'm not big on labels like conservative or liberal. I believe people are far more complex than that. That's part of my brand. I welcome all people equally. My main characters are couples, equal partners facing antagonists of all shapes and sizes. The themes in my stories run the gamut of social issues. My bottom line is my brand: peace and justice. I post on Facebook on multiple pages. I tried to keep my personal page separate from my author page, separate from my series page. Everyone friends me on my personal page. It has become the one place for everything. I don't get to rant about politics or religion or the myriad of other issues out there that could be divisive. Many authors do, so understand that becomes part of your brand. It can also earn an author a bunch of one-star reviews by taking a public stance on a so-called private page. Some multi-million-dollar authors are very public about divisive issues. Me? I can't afford to lose sales by alienating half my readership, so I'll remain in the wings. My author career is front and center. Want to know my views on stuff? Let's sit down and enjoy a burger, drink a good dark beer, and talk. Outside of that, my books are my brand. Bottom line, don't hurt your brand with negativity or divisive, non-productive issues. Do you have a logo? Giveaways? A mark that carries over to every cover? Think about the Dragonlance covers. When you looked at those books, you instantly knew what they were. Do you have a similar typography across a single series? What about all of your books? Most of mine are similar, with a block-type font for my name. My series are all easily identifiable as being in the same series. Making bookmarks for giveaways uses the same font setup. It helps to have the same artist do all the typography work. If you are capable of doing your own, even better. I am not, so it's easier for me to be mindful of the brand as I look at new work compared to the old and put it all together. My Cygnus space opera was going to be my magnum opus, but that was before I started writing the Terry Henry Walton Chronicles. I had a logo done for Cygnus and was contemplating challenge coins, but I put all that on hold because Terry Henry Walton took off like a Titan rocket. The fans wanted more, so I gave them more. Everything else went on the back burner. And that's why I say nothing sells the last book like the next book. The coins and branded goods can all come after there is a following, a market for them. If you put them first, you risk the spend without the return. Despite the fact that every book is your baby, they are still products, and getting a return on your investment is important. Making money from your efforts changes self-publishing from a hobby to a profession. And what a profession it can be. When there is a demand for branded products outside of your books, then you can create your own low-cost product line. Places like Society6 do print on demand where there are no upfront costs. Other places have a minimal setup charge, and then they print on demand. Business card printers can do bookmarks by the gross. What do you put on them, though? Your brand. Let it be all that you are. For those who know me, I share as much knowledge as I have through social media engagement, interviews, and conferences. I'll tell you everything I know for free. My Free Trader series, I love that brand. What about Nomad, Alaska? People associate those with me. That's when you know you have a brand that resonates. Building your email list. When building your email list, there's nothing better than organic. People who have read your book and want more. They sign up because you've put a link in your back matter, the notes at the end of your book. They sign up because they want to know when your next books come out. Keep these folks on a separate list or highlighted in some way. They are different from other signups and far more valuable. I would rate the quality of signups as follows, and much of it is based on your target audience when you promote your list builder. If you target only readers in your genre with ads, without bleed over to low-quality freebie seekers, then you will get higher quality signups, even with a general list building effort. Here's how I rate them. 5-star signups are organic signups from your back matter, from your full-length book. 4 stars come from multi-author anthologies, where each contributor writes an original story, and they are consolidated into a single book that the authors share with their lists only, not a general promotion, a genre-aligned effort. Also, short story giveaways. They signed up to get your short story for free. This is only you giving it away. 3 stars. They sign up from personal contact, book signing. I would have thought these would be higher, but I've done 4 different events and can't tell you a single person from those who is still on my list. 2 stars. General promotions across all genres with a giveaway of some sort. These are 30 or 40 author consolidated freebies where one sign-up adds the person to 30 or 40 different lists, even though the reader gets a comparable number of stories. 1 star. These sign up because of a big giveaway, a Kindle or a computer where they have to sign up to your list to enter. I don't have a 0 star, as there is potential to find your next superfan in all of these efforts. The 1-star promotions could add tens of thousands of names to your list, which can get expensive, depending on your newsletter service provider. I used to use MailChimp because of its interface and ease of use, but in October of 2019 something changed, and my deliverability dropped in half, with my engagement rate dropping by 75%. MailerLite is about half the cost, but comes with its own challenges. Regardless, a list with 30,000 names can be expensive to maintain, especially if those 30,000 don't buy your stuff. I picked up a SendFox account, lifetime access for 53,000 email addresses. This is the newsletter service run by the same people who run AppSumo and KingSumo. They are easy to use as long as you craft your newsletters in Google Docs and then copy-paste into the SendFox email template. Their deliverability rates are top-notch. I've restored faith in my email list, and my sales have commensurately improved. Then SendFox had its own issues, so now I use a plugin on my own website where I own and control the entire process. The reason for your list is to inform your fans about you, about new releases, about other authors you like. This is your best and most direct contact with your readers. There are a wide variety of engagements. Newsletter. This is a direct link to your readers. The newsletter is your hedge against any release strategy. You don't need an algorithm boost or any other advertising with your fans. You tell them that your latest release is available, and they buy it. You don't have to go looking for them. I know there are successful people without newsletters. They engage their fans in a different way, through a blog or some other vehicle, but they invest the time in keeping their fans informed. A blog is a pull effort in that you need the fans to check your blog as part of their online routine, which means that you need to keep the content fresh. That's a great deal of effort, but it can be rewarding. Any conversation with your readers is rewarding because they want to talk with you or hear what you have to say. Keep it interesting. Keep them engaged. I think sending a newsletter is so much easier than a blog. I've tried blogging with regularity, and it was draining. I had about 300 people a day stop by and visit, but it took a Facebook post telling them that there was a new blog post. You will lose a certain percentage of readers, I've heard about 30%, for every additional link they have to click. I figured that I'd simply keep them informed on Facebook, and if they clicked the picture, it took them directly to the Amazon product page. One click, and they were in a position to buy. Same thing for my newsletter. Subscribers can click on the picture or links below the picture. I include 2, one that goes directly to the US store and a universal link. I use BookLinker that will take a subscriber to the appropriate store for where they are, Amazon UK, Amazon DE, whatever, keeping in mind that I am currently exclusive to Amazon with almost all my stuff. Books to Read, run by Draft to Digital, accesses a reader's preferred store like Apple, Barnes & Noble, and Kobo with a single link. I start off every newsletter with a personal bit. Welcome from the subarctic. I learned that one from Mark Dawson. It is exotic for those who don't live in the far north, really far north, 150 miles from the Arctic Circle. In the winter, it's cold and dark, and in the summer we have 24 hours of daylight. It's different. I share pictures of moose in the yard or snow well over my dog's head. And then I go into my pitch. My main book first, on sale today only, or something like that, then freebies from other folks or discounted books. A new thing I do is look for discounts on books from masters in my main genres. I look for anything on sale from Heinlein, Asimov, or Andre Norton. If I find a book, I list it with everything else. I do get plenty of clicks, which also tells me that my newsletter subscribers are aligned with that genre and those authors, which helps me better target my ad campaigns. I close my newsletter with a laundry list of my books. I had to go to 2 columns for the listing, as it is extensive. That was a recommendation by James Baldwin, who has been a significant help with my newsletters and overall graphics. Once I hit 100 books, I go with a single link to my website where all my books reside. For those who are wide, You can list all the stores where your book is available. I think those lists of links look far more profound. Back to the newsletter. How do you do it? I'm not going to go through a step-by-step sequence for a specific provider, but here's what I do to give something away. 1. Write a good short story or provide the first few chapters of your full-length book. If you intend to go Amazon exclusive using Kindle Direct Publishing, KDP Select, then you used to be able to give away 10% of your book without violating the exclusivity clause in the terms of service, as of this writing anyway. It's important that this work is a good representative of you and your writing. This is the face that you will present to potential fans. 2. Format it well. Make sure you include quality front matter, the words at the beginning of the book with your copyright and what the story or book is about and why. The why and the opportunity to sign up for your newsletter up front is important, as many people stop reading as soon as the story is over. Make it easy for people to sign up. 3. Load the material onto a site like BookFunnel or Story Origin, making sure you check the box for mandatory email collection. If you can't set it for mandatory email collection, then you will get fewer subscribers, but they will probably be higher quality. It's a trade-off. 4. Make sure it's active. I have multiple email accounts and have signed up for my own newsletter multiple times with all of them. Do not ever deliver a bad experience to your potential readers, either through a typo-infested bad story or through an avoidable technical glitch. You are trying to turn a potential reader into a fan and then into a buyer. 5. Use a service like SendFox, MailChimp, Substack, MailerLite, Author Email, or a myriad of others. There are dozens out there to choose from. Some are easier than others, but that usually comes at a higher cost, which will compile email addresses from other signups, integrated from BookFunnel, for example. I have direct links to my newsletter sign-up from my webpage, my Facebook page, as well as in the back matter of all my books. Develop an onboarding sequence to ease the new subs onto your list. From one email to a dozen, you can do it however you want, whatever keeps the most readers engaged. Funnel the new emails through your onboarding sequence. I use 5 emails. The first one welcomes them to my list and offers a free download. The second through fourth give free downloads as well, but offer a look into me and who I am. I personalize these and set the stage about me as a person who writes for a living, that eventually, if they like the stories, they'll end up paying for them. The fifth one offers my Martell Starter Library for $2.99, which has 3 full-length novels and a short story. This is where people are introduced to me as a seller of books. Derek Murphy is a newsletter master, and his automation sequence has 12 emails. I don't have that kind of patience. Check out Derek's work on the subject if you want more insight into how he does it. He carefully cultivates how he brings people on board, shifting them into various groups based on their level of engagement through the onboarding process. It really is masterful. It also allows for a slower release because he has his readers and potential readers on the hook, waiting for his next book. Tammy Labrecque has also done a great deal of work regarding newsletters. I recommend checking out both her Newsletter Ninja titles. Your readers aren't going anywhere. As long as they are still subscribed, then you can reach out and touch them. Let them know about your latest success in life, your latest release, or just about anything that keeps you connected with them as readers. Ask them how they are doing. Be interested in the relationship as a whole, and they will remain consumers of your product. I used business terms because that is the primary purpose of a newsletter. You can have fun with it and even become friends with ardent fans. I have many who were outspoken, but critiqued in a good way. They now get my stuff ahead of time as either beta readers or proofreaders. They name characters, and they push my books to all their friends, in addition to giving me some great quote fodder for ads. Make sure you don't cultivate a readership that only stays on board to get free stuff. Giving books away for free is a marketing strategy. Use it for that. If you give all your books away for free, you will collect readers who aren't willing to pay for your stuff. If you want to make a living as a writer, you need readers willing to pay for your stories. Occasionally, I will run promotions to give away the first book in a series. With read-through, buy-through to the second and later books, I make good money, earning a positive return on investment. I never give away later books in the series, although that could also be a marketing strategy. Use it wisely, or not at all. I keep applying for a BookBub featured deal, offering some of my other titles for free, like the 6th book in a series. It can stand alone, although it's best to be read in order. But with BookBub, it is more than worth it. They can put my book in front of 250,000 science fiction readers. I don't need very many to give me a shot, as I have an extensive backlist. Backlist is where good money can be found. But I also say that nothing sells the last book like the next book. I've gotten a number of BookBub featured deals for omnibus editions, first in series, free, and 99 cents. I've always made good money with each deal. This is what it takes. It all starts when you make a connection with your readers. A newsletter makes it possible to have a single release a year and not lose your readership. If you're releasing every month, then they know you're there. The readers won't have forgotten you. I target whale readers, those who read multiple books every week. They can read far faster than I can write. But when I bring a new whale reader on board, they plow through my backlist, and that's good for 3 figures worth of revenue, even at the lowest Kindle Unlimited KU pay rate. One reader. I have over 100 books in my backlist. They say it's easier to sell 10 books to one person than one book to 10 different people. We keep working toward both, 10 books to 10 different readers. That is the golden archway to success. Then 10 more, and 10 more. Other ways to have people follow you. Amazon allows followers. The only drawback with Amazon is that you have no idea exactly who they are. You don't contact them about your new release. Amazon does. Amazon knows marketing, so trust that they'll get the word out, unless no one ever clicks on those links. Then you have a different issue. I've run a huge number of giveaways with my books, other books in my genre, and even a Kindle Paperwhite. All of it was dedicated to have people follow me as part of the giveaway. I think that I have 100,000. I focused the giveaway specifically toward readers in my genre, although that may have been narrow-sighted. Since Amazon maintains the list and it doesn't cost anything, it doesn't hurt for them to cast the net far and wide. That being said, Amazon canceled the Giveaway for Follows program. The only way to gain followers now is to get someone to physically click the follow button on your Amazon page. I put that link in the back matter of my books. They also share your number of followers. As of this writing, I have over 75,000 followers on Amazon. BookBub will issue new release alerts. The good news about BookBub is that you can see exactly how many people are following you. When they send out the new release alert, it looks a lot like a featured deal. BookBub list members are avid readers of the genre. I recommend including a BookBub follow link in your back matter, along with your newsletter sign-up, Amazon author page, and then add in your social media links. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and whatever other ones out there can be lucrative, but like a blog or your newsletter, they take effort. I post something on Facebook every single day, usually multiple times a day. I'll boost my author posts to make sure they get visibility in front of my author followers. For Facebook, I have my personal page, which has devolved into me being an author page, so I no longer have a personal page. I have an author Craig Martell page, which is good because I can run ads from there. I also have a Terry Henry Walton page, the main character in my biggest selling series. But the group page that I have for fans allows them to post and readily be seen by other members. The other pages do not. This is important for fan interaction. Have a group page and a public persona page. There are pros and cons for each type of page you maintain on Facebook. My personal page gets great visibility, but I can't advertise from there. My author page has been constrained by Facebook algorithms, so I have to pay to get some posts in front of potential buyers, future superfans. My group page allows for great interaction, but I can't advertise from there. Positives and negatives everywhere. I haven't found the best place for Facebook one-stop shopping, but I'll keep working it through multiple angles. I haven't used Twitter or Instagram in a long time, but if you are a big user and also write books, you should be able to blend the two. This goes back to your brand. If people know you and like you, when you tell them that you have a book available, they'll be more welcoming. If all you ever tell them is things about your book, you may find them resistant. And YouTube has a way to stay engaged with your followers that you can also monetize. Check out Jenna Moressi's channel if you want to see how a pro does it. Once you hit 1,000 followers, you can monetize your channel with ads. I've done it and have some 4,000 followers, but it takes content for people to watch and the money to add up. TikTok is a newer venue that has been very good to some people. Book Talk is a subset and focuses on short content to draw readers to books. A viral post on TikTok can be seen by millions of potential buyers. Your brand, make it a good one. Selling books at a convention. I did 2 years hawking my books at Icon, a show in Cedar Rapids, the largest sci-fi convention in Iowa. They tout 500 attendees. I lost money by doing that show, but I got a tax-deductible trip back to see my old man. He's 83, so I went a couple times. I've also done Alaska Comic-Con, which is 15 minutes from my home in Fairbanks. I've done well at that show. Here's what I've learned. 1. Make your table three-dimensional so it will catch people's eyes. Colors are good, banners help, book stacks look impressive, people will buy the first in a series, so bring more of those and fewer of the later volumes. I'm hand-carrying all my stuff from Alaska, so we'll be limited on what I can bring. If you're driving, you could bring more books and a self-standing banner and things like that. I gained some hardcore fans from last year's show. Bring a convention admin pack. Duct tape, clothespins, stapler, pins, paper clips, stuff like that. You may not need them, but might get an in with someone who does. 2. I have candy on my table, so people stop. That helps me start a conversation. You like sci-fi? A safe question. These are sci-fi fantasy shows. Mix hard candy and soft candy, maybe even some sugar-free. 3. Bring bookmarks and business cards. This is your brand. Get them to take one with them. I have a book funnel link on my business cards for a free short story download with mandatory opt-in to my newsletter. A new idea, thanks 20 books. Bring a tablet, Galaxy, iPad, Kindle Pro, even your smartphone, with a simple newsletter sign-up link. People can type in their email right at the table. A separate sheet of paper with your book blurbs. Make it one page so someone can pick it up and take it with them. An attendee suggested this last year as they wanted to read my book descriptions but had too many sessions to go to and didn't have the time to read the back of each book. QR codes. I have a small tabletop pull-up banner with a QR code for a free book if they scan and join my newsletter list. 4. Make sure you take credit cards. I use my phone linked with a Zettel card reader, and one person went to sign and said, "Oh, that's dirty." Bring alcohol screen wipes to keep your signing device clean, whether it is a phone, tablet, whatever. Have change in case people pay in cash. Assume everyone is going to pay with a $20 bill. I price all my books at $10, $15, $20, or more for the show. I also had to get an Iowa business license just for the show so I could collect tax. I add the tax for credit card transactions, but not for cash deals. I paid my taxes on my gross receipts, and then I get to file a zero tax owed form now, probably for the rest of all time. Iowa wants to squeeze every drop of blood. 5. I stand the entire time. I greet everyone as they come by. They gave me the first table inside the entrance to the shows. It was premiere. The convention organizer was very pleased with my presence and gave me that same spot the second year, too. I'm an introvert by nature, but reciting easy phrases and such takes the edge off. It's okay. When they pick up a book, you can look at the book together, not each other. That's easier. 6. I also did a panel the second year on self-publishing. We only had 5 people show up to the panel, but they were fully engaged because they wanted to become authors. Remember, you are your brand. You must be cordial and accommodating. One attendee last year told me my books were crap in a very loud voice because they were 6x9 format. I had no comeback to that besides telling him that I'd consider going smaller. Guess who showed up at my table the second year to look at my smaller books? Half of them were 5x8. He nodded in appreciation, but didn't buy a book. That is also a lesson. When people are that vocal about demanding accommodation, they probably are looking for an excuse on not being accommodated. I talked with other vendors and authors. I have a great deal more experience now, so my conversations with the others will be more robust and less fangirlish. Glenn Cook and Joe Haldeman attended each year I was there. Would I go back? No, not to any con that's not a short drive from my house. I have no interest in selling at conventions, as that is not my business model. Going to conventions to speak on panels is something completely different. Having bookmarks and business cards to give away, no matter where you go, is important. Glad handing and being present are important, as you never know the person you'll meet. Joe Haldeman walked past my table, but a shiny thing across the aisle drew him away before I could engage. I hunted him down later to introduce myself and say a few kind words, but I could have done that without standing behind my table not selling books for 3 days. I sold $250 worth, but the margin was low, so I didn't even pay for my food, let alone my hotel room and plane ticket. For me, the hassle of doing the show wasn't worth it. For some of the local authors who didn't have to pay for travel, food, or lodging, they did pretty well, both in exposure and sales. Understand from a business perspective what your goals are. I would rather be on more panels and spend the time talking with people than trapped behind a table. You show that you know what you're talking about by talking about the business of writing books and selling them. Pen name. If you have a pen name to keep your personal life separate from your published life, you have to do everything we mentioned separately. Sometimes keeping a pen name is a good idea. Many erotica writers use pen names. I would if I wrote in that genre because I wouldn't want my dad, my biggest fan, running across it. I don't have the energy to manage multiple personalities, so I use my real name and don't write erotica. Stalkers and internet trolls have made pen names more attractive too, in order for the author to fly under the radar. If you have multiple pen names, then you are looking at multiple personalities, multiple brands. Understand the workload before you take it on. I am good with generally sticking in one genre. I don't have to worry about who did what or who knows which person I am at the moment. I've used 3 different pen names as I tried to separate my genres, and I failed because I did not spend the energy necessary to create the personalities around those pens, build a separate readership for each pen. I know people who used a shared pen name, 6 different authors writing under one pen name. It's a great business collaboration to build one shared readership, delivering new content with far greater frequency than what a solo author can achieve. I've done similar through collaborations, but a pen name streamlines the process. You can claim 3 pen names on your one Amazon profile and use the contact form to request an additional 4 names. Here's how you add the first 3. This is from Google. Click the Books tab in Amazon Author Central. At the top of the page, you will see a message. Click Add It Now. Enter the title, ISBN, or author name of the book you have written with the pen name you want to add, and click Add This Book. You will see Author Name is my pen name. Conclusion. You are your brand in everything you do. Some people are successful in separating their private life from their public life. I failed miserably at that and ended up changing the public perception of my private life. Then I only had to maintain one persona at all times. I have a single website, a single author page, and multiple Facebook pages that all have the same theme regarding me. Chapter 3. The Business Side of Being an Author. Indie Temperament. Fall off in sales. Nail biting while waiting for the KENP rate. Data being delayed. The great unknown of whether your next book will sell. Your Payoneer account holding up your funds. 1-star reviews. Author drama. As a self-published author, you are a small business. Adopting the right attitude is critical to any long-term success. You are the creative talent that needs to be nurtured and supported. Too bad the boss has to drive the business train, get the product to market it, pimp your product, and sell your baby. That boss is you, too. You have to do it all. It is not easy, especially if you want to be a full-time author. The days of getting career-making money as advances by Big 5 publishing houses are not over, but they are limited to 1 in a million. I have no idea what an advance looks like. I'm the blue-collar author. I get paid by the hour, it seems. Here's the hard truth. Not everyone is cut out for a full-time author gig. But if you want to improve your chances, 20 Books to 50K provides almost everything you need, from information about publishing, marketing, and operating your business, to resources for covers, editing, and sharing. Most importantly, 20 Books to 50K is supportive of you. We help those who help themselves. If you want to be carried, I'm sorry, this group is not for you. If you are willing to roll up your sleeves and do the hard work, then you have found your people. We're doing that together. We don't target other authors with vitriol. We don't attack our distributors. No good can come from any of that. Self-publishing is like having a store in a mall. We all benefit from the extra foot traffic, but not everyone is going to come into our store. If the businesses attack the mall owner, the foot traffic stops altogether. That doesn't help anyone. I always say that a rising tide floats all boats, because I believe that. I will be happy to say I knew that author before they were #1 in the world. They are good people. You're not going to get there if someone else is carrying you. I just want to write. That could be an anguished cry or a desire to keep their writing as a hobby. That's fine if that's what you want, but you need to temper your definition of success. I want to write full-time comes with a lot of extra baggage. Full-time authors have to run their small business, but the rewards can be fantastic if you're willing to do all the things and not just the sexy things, all the while being a decent human being, no matter what stresses are thrown in your path. You don't have to love the business side, you only have to do it. And once you know what you're doing, then you can hire and train someone else to do it for you. There is a great world out there, all for your taking, if you have the right temperament, a great work ethic, and a willingness to learn. Defining success. I can't make you a successful indie author. Only you can do that, because only you have your definition of success. Not everyone gets to be successful in the indie business. In the Marine Corps, I heard someone defend another Marine saying that if he got punished for a transgression, it would hurt his career. The answer? Not everyone gets a career in the Corps. Less than 10% who start out make it the full 20 years. Most authors, traditional and indie, make less than $10,000 a year. There are things you can do to improve your chances, like working hard at the right things. It won't take long to vault past those at the top of the bell curve in regards to revenue, move from average to above average. Is revenue your goal? Is it simply publishing and having strangers read and like your book? All of that is possible if you believe. Work first on your goal. Make it achievable, something that you can do in the next month. Write it down and stick it on your monitor, your refrigerator, or wherever you will often look. Focus on achieving that goal. When you've hit it, put the old goal in a box and post a new goal. This is your ladder to success. But what's at the top? For many, it's to be able to write full-time. That may exist in a distant cloud as part of a dream, but that doesn't mean you can't get there. It only means that the ladder is long and has a great number of steps. And work. Never doubt that there will be work involved, and not all of it is as sexy as writing a killer story. That's my segue to the business side of managing your author business. As an indie, you are responsible for all of it. If you make great money but don't pay your taxes, there's only one person who gets the blame. If you don't keep track of your expenses and have trouble finding them in order to deduct them, there's only one person to blame. If you gasp in horror, then you need to step back, take a deep breath, and understand that you can do this. If you have the ability to write a book, you can manage your own author business. There are two main things to be aware of in everything you do: revenue and expenses. That's the bottom line of all business. I'll also talk about cash flow, because the money you make today won't get paid for a while the money you spend today is gone today. Where does the data come from? Where will you get data that matters? I won't be flippant and say from everywhere, because it's not funny and it's not true. At this point in the book, I will tell you that nearly all of my experience is exclusive to Amazon. That is where I make most of my money. In Amazon, your primary source of raw data regarding your sales is from the KDP dashboard. They show pseudo-real-time data in 2 charts. If you are not in Kindle Unlimited, it's 1 chart. You can get add-on software packages that do a better job of displaying the data from your KDP dashboard. I use Book Report, but there are others out there like Author Helper, formerly Reader Links, which can include your ad data and calculates read-through for you. I also use Excel by downloading the data and parsing it myself, although the data presentation changes often enough that one needs to be an Excel power user in order to keep it working. I am a power user, but it still takes time to redo the formulas. AMS, Amazon Marketing Service, gives you data that you can download. Brian Meeks will tell you to download that data every single day to compare it against the previous day in order to keep yourself up to date. I use Book Report because it tells me enough of what I need. Today's total so far shows at the top, and below that are my covers, arranged from highest earning to lowest, and then the pie chart of the breakdown. No breakdown data on ads, so I'll check AMS and Facebook Ads Manager to see what kind of impressions I'm getting, and more importantly, how much I'm spending. This is how I have my book report set up to run. I tell it to use last month's KU, Kindle Unlimited, payout rate for the estimate. Many people set it at 0.4 of a cent in order to lowball the estimate. You know yourself. If you think you are making more, do you tend to spend more? As of this writing, KU has gone below 0.4 of a cent one time, so that is fairly safe for a low-end estimate. You can look at everything above that as gravy. If you want the raw data, it is on your kdp.amazon.com page when you click Reports. The default view is the sales dashboard. If you scroll to the bottom of that page, you'll find the Generate Report button. Also, take a close look. What this report shows as royalties does not match what Book Report shows. It won't. Book Report pulls the data from the generated report and includes the page reads, which Amazon does not include for an estimated royalties calculation. They don't even fathom a guess because they don't want to be liable. If you collaborate and aren't the one who published the book, Amazon and Book Report won't show you that data. Book Report at one time considered sharing, but that idea never came to fruition. I would love to have all of my numbers in one place. I do, but that is in my very fragile and phenomenally complex Excel spreadsheet. I won't share it because it breaks on me, so it wouldn't be much use to anyone else, not even another super user, because they would spend less time recreating the formulas than trying to follow the logic from mine. I also gather data from ACX, audiobooks, KDP Print and Ingram Spark, paperbacks, Amazon Affiliate Program, sending people to Amazon from my webpage, and my traditional publisher. I have 4 books with them, and they give me a quarterly report in Excel. This data is very broad, as in gross sales only. I check each day as I run ads trying to push my audiobooks. That is a tough nut to crack, but we're working on some things to give them a big push. I also get data from a few collaborators. When I incorporate their data that applies to me, I have tens of thousands of lines of raw numbers. The good news is that if you have that many numbers, you already know how to work with them, or can hire people to do it for you because you are making good money. Amazon also keeps a great deal of data secret from the author. How many people have borrowed my book? You have to estimate that from your author ranking. Here's what I've come up with, totally unscientifically, but based on my releases and author ranks and talking with those who have put books into the top 100. I have 2 columns for number of sales because it is harder to get the rank in the first place than it is to hold the rank. Amazon averages book sales and rewards those that have consistently high sales, not those with spikes. Having a solid week of good sales is better than a single stellar day as far as book ranking goes. Also, books earn rank through a multitude of ways. Sales and borrows are primary, but reader interaction will also improve a book's rank. That's highlighting passages on their Kindle, leaving a review, or adding the book to a reading group or wish list. This info is a guesstimate. If you release your best book ever and BookBub rewards you with a featured deal and you sell 5,001 copies on the same day that J.K. Rowling releases a new Harry Potter book and a new Jack Reacher book hits and Stephen King delivers his best book ever, you may not be number 1. Everything here is subject to what every other author on Amazon is doing, and that includes the traditional publishers. Sometimes you don't want to try and outspend them. Sit back, watch, and jump in when they are done playing. It doesn't take long. My research shows that it takes about 5,000 sales and borrows in a day to reach number 1 in the Kindle store, and another 5,000 each day to stay there. To break the top 100 requires about 1,000 sales and borrows in a day to get there, and 500 per day to stay there. 200 sales and borrows can get you into the top 1,000, and a single sale might get you into the top 100,000 for a day. This is your business. Let your ego be driven by your artistic side, but let your business be run by the cold numbers side of your personality. Make a profit and make this a viable business. If you get your author rank when your books are at full price, then you'll be able to afford business retreats in Bali. Revenue. I watch my KDP dashboard. You can watch your draft to digital dashboard too, as well as Kobo or any others where you have titles for sale. Understand that all numbers are delayed. The numbers you see on distributor dashboards are only estimates until they are actually paid. Amazon pays 2 months down the road. Traditional publishers may pay 6 months to 1 year later. For an indie using Amazon, money earned on February 28th will be paid promptly by April 30th. Money earned on March 1st will be paid by May 31st. Simple as that. They also convert funds from other currencies into your preferred payment currency. This will probably result in your earnings being less than what is estimated, but the bottom line and what you get taxed on is what you are actually paid. If you're a small business with flow-through taxation, you'll get a 1099 MISC from your distributors. Royalties over $10 require it, unless you are paid via credit transfer of some sort. If you are a more formal business, then you'll not get a 1099. Tax rules are all over the place in the U.S. Make sure you get professional advice so you don't stick your neck out somewhere unpleasant. You need those revenue estimates so you can control your spend. If you keep spending more than you're making, that money will have to come from somewhere. Beginning with a war chest of funds is good, but not always possible. Barry Hutchison showed how he could launch a book without spending a penny and without spending any of his own money. He didn't start running ads until the money was actually in the bank. He didn't pay for covers or editing. There are ways, and if you want to learn how Barry did it, you can watch his presentation from 20 Books London called Bookstrapping on YouTube. Revenue streams and cash flow. Businesses have multiple revenue streams in order to limit turmoil in the month-to-month execution of their affairs. As a self-published author, you have a great variety of revenue streams available to you. Books. If you are in KDP Select, you get ebook sales and KU page reads. Amazon will deposit money into your account from each of their separate stores 2 months following the month where your royalties were earned. This is easy. If you are wide, then you will get your Amazon royalties for sales and deposits from each of the separate channels where you put your books up for sale. The biggest are iBooks, Apple, Kobo, Nook, Barnes & Noble, Smashwords, and so many more. Draft to digital makes it easy, but they earn a 15% cut. To maximize profitability, you can upload to the big distributors yourself and use draft to digital to blanket the smaller retailers. I use them for all channels on my wide books while uploading directly to Amazon. There's also audiobooks. These have a big upfront cost, possibly more than your ebook, cover, and editor combined. Royalty share is an option, but understand that it's a 7-year commitment, and if things go south with your narrator, you could be stuck. I have the resources to pay the finished hour rate to own my audiobooks, as that is a better part of my long-term plan. If the book is too short, then I simply get an audio of the box set. 30 hours is a good number to draw people using their credits. ACX pays 30 days after the audio sale, so these are good for recovery and long-term cash flow. Also, new rules from Amazon allow you to pull out of exclusive ACX distribution anytime after the first 90 days. You only need to send them a note through the contact form on the ACX page. Affiliate links. Use an Amazon affiliate off your website. Off your personal Facebook page, affiliate links have had some decent success. You can't use them from sponsored ads on Facebook or in your newsletter. If you have a following, you can use your affiliate links for any product. When the Instant Pot goes on sale, I'm a big fan and share recipes with my readers. Throw an affiliate link out there and see if you get any bites. This is a couple $100 extra a month for an Amazon incentive program to help them drive traffic to their site. I get paid 30 days after the month of the sale. An important safety tip is that you need to disclose whenever you use an affiliate link. The Federal Trade Commission has issued Amazon a stern warning for affiliate revenue generated without notifying the buyers that they were buying through a sponsored link. Paperbacks. I get a paperback made of every single one of my books. I buy all my covers with both ebook and full wrap versions. I publish the paperbacks through KDP, Kindle Direct Publishing, for ebooks and exclusive paperbacks, Ingram Spark, expanded distribution paperbacks, or in hardback through small companies with a minimum offset print. You buy all copies up front, or through Ingram or KDP print. Nonfiction sells really well in paperback, but the numbers add up for fiction when you have a decent-sized backlist. It also takes paperbacks to get into brick-and-mortar stores. Barnes & Noble carries a bunch of my stuff. From KDP print, I get paid 60 days after the month of the sale. I also have a small stock in my garage and sell these directly. I mail a few or sell them at shows. Omnibus editions, bundles, anthology contributions. The value of your short stories. The cash flow on these depends on the contract. In some places, you can get paid up front per word. In others, you get a consolidated payment at the end, maybe months after the box set ends its exclusivity period. I have books with a traditional publisher, too. I get those royalties fairly infrequently. Sometimes they are big numbers, but without any promos during the quarter, the payment 6 months later is anemic, to say the least. I've started running my own promos on the TradPub stuff because I don't want them to forget who I am. What about speakers' fees or other comped efforts? If you are earning those as part of your self-published business, that's even more revenue. I don't charge anything, so the conferences and shows are a huge net loss for me. But that's not what those are about. I buy my tickets for the next show with last month's royalties while still adding to savings, buying future covers, and paying my team. Crowdfunding like Kickstarters moves the production cost and risk to the Kickstarter supporters. You have to take care that you get your pricing correct so you have a positive margin after all is said and done. Subscriber platforms like Patreon can also provide a revenue stream. Merchandise is another viable revenue stream with places like Etsy, Society6, and Teespring. There is no upfront cost. Put your artwork to work for you on coffee cups or phone sleeves. We didn't talk about expenses here, but for cash flow and life in general, it's best when your revenue exceeds your expenses. Then you can deduct your business costs without having to carry over your loss. Spend as little as possible to earn first, then ratchet it up. It's called bootstrapping, and you can do it. As a self-published author, money isn't the limitation it used to be. Organizing your business so you have a place to put that revenue and deduct those expenses. If you don't make a profit 2 years out of 5, at last count from the IRS, then your business is a hobby and the IRS will tax the income from it, but won't let you deduct the expenses. So earn a damn profit for at least 2 years, and then go crazy and keep earning a profit. Setting up your author business before you publish. Get an employer identification number or your country's equivalent. EINs are free to get online. This will separate your Social Security number from your business accounting. Get a business checking account. This will be a separate account to manage all your business finances. Sometimes you'll need your company established to do this. Then get a debit card for the account. You may not be able to get a line of credit right up front, but I would not encourage getting credit as an author. Sales are not guaranteed, but if you keep track of revenue, then you'll have an idea of what you'll be paid in a couple months. Start a business under your state law. You don't need to do this, but your state may require it to open a business bank account. You can set up an S corporation or LLC. Every state is different. In Alaska, an S corp is identical to an LLC in other states. Find the least expensive and least time-consuming of the options that fits your needs. As a new author and new business, your needs are fairly simple, so don't go hog wild forming a C corp. I've done this for a small business, and the overhead and rules can be crushing. This also means getting your business license. That's how my state works anyway. Set aside enough working capital to be able to pay for your author business needs. It could be as little as what you need to cover your business costs, the license, a bank account minimum balance, even enough to cover an annual book funnel account, but you need something. You can publish at no cost, but remember, we want you to treat this as a business from the outset, and you need to manage your cash flow. You will have expenses. But you could dispense with everything, no business license, no business checking, none of it, and still publish. It is a viable alternative because you can publish without any money, only investment of time, and then establish your business after you start making money to support it. But don't delay too long, otherwise you might find yourself owing a great deal in taxes and having already spent the money. Build your business tracking spreadsheet. I always recommend using Excel or Google Sheets or something like that. Establish a social media presence. You will want your own website. The separate website helped me get my business checking account. Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram are free, and you'll want to build your presence on one or all. Depends on what kind of time you have. I only use Facebook, as that is where over 50% of my fans can be found. But, and this is a big one, Facebook can change on a whim. If you own your website and you own the email addresses of your fans, then you can carry on with your business no matter what any other platform does. If you put too much of your business life into the hands of others, you could lose it all rather quickly, seeing years of work evaporate overnight. Remember, dress for the job you want. If you want to be taken seriously as an author, you have to act like a professional, have a professional presence, and keep striving to get better at all aspects of your business. As soon as you publish your book and put a price tag on it, your book has become a product for sale. This is where you must step back from the personal relationship you have with your creation and look at it dispassionately. A book is not just a book. It could be a foundational brick in the building of your business. Make it great, and then make more. The starving artist isn't a myth. Those artists probably didn't understand the business side of their art, or they sold out to middlemen who took the majority of their earnings because the artist wanted to focus on only their art. In those cases, the artist was little more than a human factory, churning out a product that others made money off. You're an indie. You don't have that luxury, and you don't want it. There is no sense in paying someone else to do something you can do for yourself until your writing is bringing in enough income that it's not worth your time to do the businessy stuff yourself. That is a business decision as well, because you've looked at your time and seen that your writing hours have a value that exceeds the amount it takes to do the other work yourself. Until you get to that level of revenue, don't be afraid. It's not that hard. Use this checklist to make sure you've covered your bases. Establish your business name. I went with Craig Martell Incorporated, or CMI. Get an EIN at irs.gov. Establish your business. This is state-specific. Understand the benefits for an S-Corp versus an LLC versus a PC, or the myriad of other organizations. In Alaska, flow-through taxation of a sole proprietorship is an S-corporation. In Arizona, that structure describes an LLC. It is unique to each state. Get your business checking account and point all your payments, Amazon, ACX, Ingram, Amazon affiliate, etc., to it. Establish your business presence through a website. Once again, I went with the easiest thing I could think of, craigmartell.com. Start tracking your income and expenses. How much business stuff do you need to do? That's a good question. I'll share my daily routine. 1. I look at the latest KDP sales dashboard to see the numbers and any buy-book trends. 2. Check my Amazon marketing service, AMS, ads for the best impressions, clicks, buys. Adjust as necessary. Low conversion rates, get a highlight to update the blurb on that particular book. 3. Check my Facebook ads for conversion and relevance rating. 4. Check ad copy on my current work in progress. I find it best to write the blurb and taglines as I go. 5. Check reviews. Yes, I read all my reviews. Bad reviews mean I'm putting my book into the wrong people's hands. If so, see where did the buyer come from. Check their other reviews. Adjust ad targeting, usually Facebook, if necessary. Sometimes people just want to see the world burn, so don't get twisted up about your one-star reviews. I'm a high-profile author, so sometimes I get one-star reviews because they got mad at me for some reason other than what was in my book. Take your reviews for what you can learn from them, but don't knee-jerk if you get a single one-star out of 100 reviews. 6. On the 15th of the month, I download my KDP report from Amazon. You'll find that on your KDP reports page under the Prior Month's Royalties tab. Tracking data. How do we use data to make business decisions as indies? That's the real question. How many of us have book report running in the background so we can hear the cha-ching? I do. I finally stopped looking when it made that noise. It didn't change anything I was doing at the moment. I recommend turning off the cha-ching once you accept that you are a professional author and are making money at this business. As a business consultant and specifically a business diagnostics expert, I worked with numerous businesses that collected every nitnoid bit of data and compiled and built massive, all-encompassing reports. If the data doesn't change anything you do, stop looking at it. At the least, reduce the frequency that you look at the numbers. I hope you are checking your Facebook ad spend daily, as well as your AMS impressions and spend. But hourly, there's no need for that. Book Report, or one of the other aftermarket data tracking programs like Author Helper or Book Edge. Once a day is sufficient, unless you are looking for a trigger to change something like validating how a promotion or ad campaign is resonating with buyers. If you can automate something, do it. KDP provides you a full report. You don't need to hand jam your KENP reads into a separate spreadsheet every day. You can download the spreadsheet from the bottom of your reports page once a week, or however often you need to review your data. The fewer books you have equals less often, but that's when you do it the most. I should study the data hard every day, but I only have time to do it once a week. I have over 100 titles earning revenue for me. It's best to stay on top of what is doing what, so be familiar with your top titles and general flavor of your backlist series. I now parse my data by series to give me a better look at how things are going. If you collaborate, only the person or entity that published the story will get the data. I can directly access about a quarter of my data. I am dependent upon Aethon, LMBPN, Podium, Tantor, Post Hill Press, and others for the rest, as I published titles with them. Even though they are all busy, they'll give me the data daily if I want it to bounce the numbers against an ad campaign that I'm running or for some other purpose. Generally, though, my time is best spent writing the next book and managing the business finances. Your word count? Track that closely and match it against your realistic goals. That is how you get to the end. Adjust if you're not hitting those goals. My word count improves when I shut everything down except the story I'm working on. I take that to the finish line before starting something else. Why would you track word count as part of your business? Being professional means being able to predict your production. Whether it is one book a year or one book a month, you should be able to know not just what you can do, but what you will do. You might have a co-author opportunity. Winging it with the numbers probably won't fly. It wouldn't with me. I can't take on a co-author who isn't sure what he or she can produce on a regular basis. My business plan doesn't support nebulous delivery dates. When it comes to being an indie, you are your own boss. Don't let data overwhelm you. Collect and review the data that will help you manage your business. Everything else, take a look out of curiosity's sake, but if it doesn't change what you're doing, then why? Don't let data be a distraction. Use it as the tool it is. Organizing your business is about managing risk. There are a plethora of options out there in how to organize your business, and all of them have their own benefits and pitfalls. It depends on how you best want to manage your risk. I personally have an S corporation, copyright my works in my own name, and carry an umbrella policy, also called errors and omissions, for insurance coverage. This works the best for me to limit my tax exposure while providing risk protection. The chance of an author getting sued is low, but you have to understand that it is a risk. If you are sued and lose, then if you have no corporate organization or other protections, the lawsuit winner can go after your personal belongings, like your home or your vehicle. As a lawyer, I can represent myself, I hope, competently. Most people would have to hire an attorney, and that can get expensive. Know the triggers and avoid them. Here are a few examples of what not to do. Don't use Disney characters in your books. Don't use song lyrics without permission, unless fair use applies, which is usually limited to nonfiction or satire. Don't show a corporation in a bad light. An example would be writing a story where Taco Bell causes a listeria outbreak where hundreds of people die. How do you avoid those miscues? Google. Find a taco name that isn't taken. The taco place. I just Googled it, and there wasn't a taco joint with that name. You can change names, mix things up. As long as you make an effort to not use real company names, you will be far less likely to end up on the wrong end of civil law. SWOT analysis of your business. SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. It is a business analysis tool. I'll do mine so you can have an idea of how I look at my business world. Strength: significant production, business savvy with a continuous improvement mindset. Weakness: I admit it, I don't like marketing and I hate self-promo. I suck so bad when I try to do it that I look like a complete buffoon. Opportunities: thanks to tools like KDP Rocket, I'm comfortable that I'm not only writing in a big market, but that it is still growing for books that resonate. The readers are there, we only need to get a book into their hands. Threat: there's no outside threat except losing power or something catastrophic happening to my home in the Alaskan wild. The real threat would come from within, either burnout or illness. I'm not completely healthy, but writing is a great outlet for my energy. Exploit the strengths, minimize the weaknesses, dig into the opportunities, and mitigate the threats. I have not slowed down. I have consistent production without any additional work. I have set aside time each week to run through my ad campaigns, although I usually cut that in half when the time comes. Nothing sells the last book like the next book. Okay, if I market well, I get both victories. Keep writing in my market while watching the new players. It appears that space fantasy is taking off. My mystically engineered short story is resonating. That may be a new market to explore, but I didn't have the bandwidth to write it, so I took on a co-author and we turned it into a full-length trilogy. It did not sell well despite putting on top-notch covers. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, despite knowing what you're doing. But I always have those 3 books. My market is defined for space adventure. They didn't come over to the space fantasy, and I couldn't get ads to resonate for it. That was a good lesson. It's okay to dive into a hot market, but understand that it comes with a risk. Sphere of control, sphere of influence. From a business perspective, you are in control of a lot, but not everything, not even a fraction of everything. If you've ever had a title with a traditional publisher, then you'll see what real frustration is, as you are in control of almost nothing and have to trust that they'll take care of your concerns seriously. My publisher, Permuted Press, has done me right. They are a pleasure to work with, and if I have concerns, they address them right away. If you need to fix a typo in your book, you make the change and upload the new ebook. If you decide you need a new cover, you get a new one and upload it. If you want to change your blurb every single day, you can do that too. Changing your blurb. Do it out of the KDP bookshelf page if you're on Amazon, or through Draft to Digital or Publish Drive or one of the other aggregators if you're wide. I personally would not go direct to other retailers because you have the same learning curve for each. Who has time for that? On Amazon, if you do it through your Author Central page, it's convenient, but if there is a price change or anything like that on your book, it will revert to what you posted through the KDP bookshelf. If you want to dabble, then Author Central works, but if you want to fix things for good, do it through the upload page from the KDP bookshelf. If you want more sales, you can control the advertising, but you cannot control the buyers. You have to make your product enticing, and that can be partly done through a good cover and a good blurb. The cover gets them to look, and the blurb secures the sale. Representative Business Structure by Joe Solari. No matter what advice you receive from a lawyer or certified public accountant, it comes with the caveat that every circumstance is different and no responsibility is taken for the outcomes if you follow the advice given. Of course, the same goes with this book. I can tell you what I think and what I have done and why I think it makes sense. Joe lives in Illinois, and in this state, this is an option for an author's business structure. Set up a Subchapter S corporation. This is a little more complex than starting an LLC, state-dependent, but well within the skill set of anyone who is running an indie publishing shop. Here are the benefits. You can pay yourself a salary and issue a W-2. The power of the W-2. If you are self-employed, you know the pain of not having a W-2. Anytime you go to buy a car or refinance your house and tell the credit manager that you are self-employed, the options for financing are either diminished or expensive. However, if you are able to provide a W-2, you can easily go through standard loan qualification. With an S corporation, you will be a shareholder, an officer, and an employee. This is impossible with an LLC. This may not seem like a big deal now, but it will be if you attempt to buy something big and need credit. Reduced tax burden. Here is another benefit that is perfectly legal but only available to Subchapter S corporations. Since you can now be a salaried employee, your Medicare, FICA, and state employment taxes apply to the salary you make. You will need to adjust your salary in proportion to the overall revenue of the business. The IRS is aware of the trick where an owner takes a low salary to keep employment taxes down. A good rule of thumb is 50% of the operating profits. The profits of the corporation would typically require you to pay corporate income tax, but since you are a Subchapter S, profits pass through to you and you pay at your personal income level. That means you save the 3 to 15% self-employment tax that you would pay if you had an LLC. With a bank account, EIN, and articles of incorporation, you now have all the necessary pieces for operating your publishing business. The first thing to do is switch your KDP and other accounts that provide income to the business to use the business EIN, and then set the funds to go to your business bank account. Managing your taxes. A good rule of thumb is to set aside 30% of your profit for taxes. Make your quarterly estimated tax payments in the U.S., and note that they aren't normal quarters. Look to make your payments on or before these dates: April 15th, June 15th, September 15th, January 15th. S-Corp or individuals should use Form 1040-ES through the IRS EFTPS portal. LLC and C corporations will use the Form 941, which is for payroll taxes, unless your LLC uses flow-through taxation. That stuff makes my brain hurt. Consult a tax professional to get it right, but you have to get it mostly right. If you make money but don't pay quarterly taxes, the IRS could hit you with a penalty. You don't want to give the tax man any more money than you have to. Tax laws will change. No matter what, keep good records with receipts for every penny you spend. If you can deduct it, then you will need the receipt. If you can't, well, better safe than sorry. And the bottom line is, to deduct your expenses, you need to make a profit. You can't keep deducting if your business isn't making money. That's one of the main reasons most businesses go out of business in their 4th year, because the old IRS rules required a business to make a profit 2 years out of 5 in order to be something more than a hobby. As a hobby, you get taxed on the revenue without the commensurate deduction for expenses. Cool? Not quite. Make a profit. I gave myself 1 year to get into the black. I made it in my 11th month of self-publishing, although I had a negative carryover to the 2nd year. The 2nd year, I made plenty to cover that and add significantly to Uncle Sam's coffers. As I tell those who make it in this business, the IRS thanks you for your success. My dad, an enrolled agent with the IRS, always says that if you pay taxes, that means you made money. No tax rate is 100%, and it's not even 50%, so you get to keep most of what you make. It would be nice to keep all of it, but we don't live in that world. We get to share. Be happy that you have something to share, even if you don't like how that share is spent. In the fatalist words of the worst meme you hear, it is what it is. Deductions. With the new tax law in the U.S. and the complexities of international taxes, no person's situation is identical to anyone else's. The best thing I can tell you is to keep great records. You should, keyword is should because we have been able to in the past, be able to deduct your expenses as an author without having to go the depreciation route. For example, a farmer buys a tractor, which retains value over a number of years, so the farmer cannot deduct the full cost of the tractor in the purchase year. I deduct my travel because I write every day, no matter where I am. I also put scenes from those places into my books. It's research. It's a writing retreat. I deduct the airline ticket, taxi, rental car, hotel, and use a per diem for my meals. I also deduct any conference fees, which is one of the reasons I travel. At home, I do not take a home office deduction. I don't want to lose the tax deduction should we sell our home or get a visit from any federal agency to verify that my office is up to code. It is, but I refuse to allow a warrantless search of my home. That's a lawyer thing for me. I deduct 2 phones and a MiFi that I bought for the business. I get a bill that is nice and clean and stuff it into a file each and every month. I also deduct any software that I buy, like Grammarly, and any membership fees, like $100 a year for NINC, Novelists, Inc. When I get a new computer or add-on, I deduct that because I use my computer for work. Work is all I do. I don't have any games loaded or anything like that. I pay people, so I deduct the costs for my editor, my assistant, and joint royalties from collaborations or anthologies. Let me talk about the 1099 MISC. We are supposed to issue one of those to anyone whom we've paid more than $600, unless it's royalties, and then the threshold is only $10. But wait, if you pay through an electronic service like PayPal or with a credit card, you don't have to issue a 1099 MISC, as there's a digital transfer record. But there is a huge gray area. PayPal is going to start issuing 1099K reports for anything over $600, when they previously did not for anyone under $20,000. The 1099K is a report of transfers that they share with the IRS. We'll see if anyone gets lost somewhere between $10 and $20,000. Make sure you keep track of your revenue. Don't count on others to do it for you. Report what you made. Don't get in trouble with the tax authorities. So if you pay royalties by paper check to anyone, and I have because of some old school authors, then you need to send those individuals a 1099 MISC. You no longer need to send a 1099 MISC if you pay by PayPal or wire transfer, as the banks and credit card companies are required to report the transfers. You don't want to create the conditions where someone's income is double reported. If I need to issue a 1099 MISC, I have an accountant who generates these for me, along with the 1096, which is the form that you have to send to the IRS to inform them that you've issued 1099 MISCs. How do you get the information you need to fill out a 1099 MISC? Why, that's from a Form W-9. Keep them on file, but keep them secure, as you'll have the person's social security number, and you can get in a lot of trouble for releasing any of that information to the public. And none of that applies to non-U.S. citizens who live and work outside the United States. Be free! And don't forget to pay your taxes to your home country. What else do I deduct? Advertising. I deduct a lot of advertising. Keep good records. Some people use software like Wave that interfaces with your bank account to detail your costs. I use a spreadsheet and a lot of folders because I print everything. If I get audited, I have a mountain of paperwork that I will bring with me, all sorted into its own folders and spreadsheets that I have backed up, just in case. Redundant records are happy records. I buy some of my own paperbacks to have on hand and use as giveaways. This is product, and the key is to make sure that you don't have any on hand come the new year, otherwise you get to pay taxes on it as if you sold it at full retail. I buy a lot of gifts for people who help me. I deduct them under a client recognition category. I buy dinners for people, get the receipt, and list everyone who was present. Last year's rules allowed a 50% deduction for those costs. It's worth it. Copyright and keeping your books safe. The term of copyright for a particular work depends on several factors, including whether it has been published, and if so, the date of first publication. As a general rule, for works created after January 1, 1978, copyright protection lasts for the life of the author plus an additional 70 years. For an anonymous work, a pseudonymous work, or a work made for hire, the copyright endures for a term of 95 years from the year of its first publication, or a term of 120 years from the year of its creation, whichever expires first. For works first published prior to 1978, the term will vary depending on several factors. To determine the length of copyright protection for a particular work, consult Chapter 3 of the Copyright Act, Title 17 of the United States Code. Unscrupulous souls will download your book and steal it. It is a fact of life. Most sites that offer free books that have been illegally obtained are filled with malware and viruses, but some come across as legitimate. Unfortunately, Blasty went out of business. They made sure people searching for my books would not find them through Google or other search engines. Your alternative is to issue a DMCA takedown notice, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. DMCA.com provides a paid service to manage these for you. I have not used them, so can't confirm their value, but they will send DMCA takedown notices on your behalf. You can do them yourself, but it is time-consuming. The following is straight from the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. How can I secure a copyright? This is a frequently misunderstood topic because many people believe that you must register your work before you can claim copyright. However, No publication, registration, or other action in the Copyright Office is required to secure copyright. Copyright is secured automatically when the work is created, and a work is created when it is fixed in a copy or a phonorecord for the first time. For example, a song can be fixed in sheet music or on a CD, or both. Although registration with the Copyright Office is not required to secure protection, it is highly recommended for the following reasons. Registration establishes a public record of the copyright claim. Registration is necessary before an infringement suit may be filed in court for works of U.S. origin. If made before or within 5 years of publication, registration establishes prima facie evidence in court of the validity of the copyright and of the facts stated in the certificate. If registration is made within 3 months after publication of the work or prior to an infringement of the work, statutory damages and attorney's fees will be available to the copyright owner in court actions. Otherwise, only an award of actual damages and profits is available to the copyright owner. Registration allows the owner of the copyright to record the registration with the U.S. Customs Service for protection against the importation of infringing copies. Chapter 4. Publishing on Amazon. Launch checklist. To prepare for launch, I put together my metadata, the blurb, keywords, description, and category file while I'm writing the book, so come upload time, there's no fumbling or checking back to make sure the series title is exactly the same. Critical so Amazon can link your books on a series page, which they'll do automatically if you have your words identical. Here's what I used for Scott Moon and my Dark Landing series, Book 1. We adjust the keywords every now and then, but these were what we used for the initial rollout. Title: Assignment Dark Landing. Subtitle: None. Series: Dark Landing Book 1. Description: A frontier world, one sheriff, and all the action one spaceport can't hold. Dark Landing is the Wild West of known space. Sheriff Thaddeus Fry will never completely leave the battlefields of Centauri Prime. His new assignment, the Sheriff's Office of Dark Landing, could be a do-nothing job. Or, if he's like the former sheriff, do something that could get him killed. The company man is not who he expected, to say the least. His new accommodations are right in the center of Dark Landing's misfits. He finds one native of Unquiluk willing to talk to him, and tries to make him a deputy. But what really matters on Dark Landing are the mines. Faced with a dangerous collapse that could kill hundreds of workers, he leaps into action and gets the story of Dark Landing started. Fans of Firefly, Bonanza, and Tombstone will love this new series. Join us today, and every 18 days, you'll get a new episode of Dark Landing. Categories: Science fiction, space adventure. Science fiction, dystopian. Science fiction, alien contact. Keywords: Space Western Frontier Colonization. Space Frontier Alien Contact. Space Opera Sci-Fi Evil Company Overlords. Science Fiction Colonial Adventure. Classic Western Sheriff Saloon. Galactic Empire Colonization. Wild West Episode Serials. One-liners ad copy. A space sheriff, aliens, and the company. Who's the good guy? The Sagittarian conglomerate made him the sheriff, and now he has to make it right. When a war veteran becomes the sheriff on a backwater planet, justice is a one-man show. Firefly meets Tombstone in this exciting new space opera serial. A space sheriff, aliens, the company, and all the trouble one spaceport can't handle. When a war veteran becomes the sheriff on a backwater planet, justice is a one-man show. Firefly meets Tombstone in the first of this new 12-episode serial, a new episode published every 18 days. A space sheriff, aliens, the company, and all the trouble one spaceport can't handle. Here's my publication checklist for reference. Keep in mind that I am generally exclusive to Amazon. If you are wide, then this applies for your Amazon part, and then going through draft to digital or a similar service will be helpful. If you upload direct to the major distributors, Apple, Kobo, Barnes & Noble, then you'll need a separate checklist for each of those. And that's what makes draft to digital such an attractive option, as each retailer has their own learning curve. Publication checklist. First, things to do before creating your ebook files. Complete the manuscript, including editing. Acquire your cover in the highest resolution at 5:8 ratio, at least 1500 by 2400. Create the front matter and back matter of your book. Update the advanced review copy instruction document if using one. You'll want to build a smart URL for your ARC distribution if you're doing that. Build a smart URL for Amazon purchase link and the link to the next book, and build a smart URL for a review link in the book. And you want to alert social media about your upcoming book. Next, before creating your KDP draft entry, you want to downsample the cover to 640 wide and 320 wide versions for newsletters. Solicit advanced review copy readers if desired. You want to research the blurb, research categories, research keywords. Build your book file using your favorite program. That could be Word, Adobe, Scrivener, Juto, Vellum, Atticus. Next, build your book funnel entry for your advanced review copy and load that book file into BookFunnel. Send out a newsletter about the upcoming book. Send out your advanced review copy emails if desired. Update your blog or website with the news. And back up all of your files, preferably on permanent media like a CD or DVD. The next step is to create the KDP draft entry. You're going to complete all the fields in the KDP entry, load your blurb, select 3 categories, load your keywords, your book file, your cover, have your price ready for all the countries, and hit publish. After hitting publish, wait for the ASIN to post on Amazon. Update your spreadsheet and data collection tools, add the ASIN and bookend series. Update all your smart URL links, purchase and review links. Get some Facebook posts ready with the link preloaded, and update affiliate links for your website, Amazon's affiliate program. When Amazon shows your book as live, you want to launch your Facebook posts, add the book to your Author Central page, get an affiliate link, update the web page, update your smart URL with links to the book for major markets, update your blog, send out your newsletter, update others that you're doing author newsletter swaps with, including sending the full and low-resolution images, check in on Goodreads to see if the new book posted there, update the ebook file with a link to do a review right after the end, and once the book file can be updated, re-upload with the review link. The next step, get back to writing the next book. You'll notice that I don't have check book ranking and also bots by compulsively clicking refresh or any of the other ego boosters. Understand, I do it too, but a lot less than I used to. Admittedly, also bots will show you how your marketing campaigns are doing. Having the right books in your genre show up in your also bots is good, but optimally, when you click over to those books, yours will show up on their first page of also bots. That is what you want to see, because then anyone who finds their book through their marketing efforts will show them your book too, at no additional cost to you. That is the nirvana of advertising. I do a lot of online promotion on launch day, responding to fan comments about the launch, and especially praising those who are first to review or even just the first to read the book and leave a comment on Facebook. I know many authors don't follow Goodreads, but Amazon bought Goodreads because that's where the readers hang out. You might see something interesting. That's why I check. It's also nice to see the number of readers who have the book in their TBR, to be read pile, or listed it as currently reading. Booklaunch.com has a great checklist that is worth checking out to give you a different and more extensive view of tracking what you need to do and when you need to do it. Cover art. I will always recommend getting the best cover you can for your book. That doesn't mean getting the most expensive one. Some of my less expensive covers are great. What makes a great cover? 1, it needs to speak to the genre. You do this by looking at the top 100 covers for that genre. What stands out consistently? 2, it needs to be visible and understandable at thumbnail size. Many readers will buy directly from their phones. Make sure they can see your main cover details at the smallest resolution. 3, brand consistency. Set your brand to make sure that readers can subconsciously link your books. 4, coloring is important, but contrast will give you the low-resolution legibility you need since the majority of ebook sales are made from phones. I am not a visual arts kind of person, but I know a lot of people who are. I hire graphic designers to do covers because the best artwork does not necessarily make for the best cover. You have to have great art and a great cover. I've had 3 people work on my covers: a photographer, Photoshop expert, a graphic designer, illustrator, and a typographer. I also had an expensive cover that is great artwork, but had to be lightened for the final presentation. If you step back, the image fades away from the thumbnail size version. So we went with some different typography and a little lightening. There are no hard and fast rules with covers, so all anyone can ever give you is an opinion, and the opinions that matter most are the readers of your genre. If you check online, you'll find that most of the covers that get awards are literary fiction in style, which should tell you that those awards are like a self-licking ice cream cone. What's the purpose? To sell more books. That's always the purpose. So use the cover that will sell more books, and that means listening to the readers. After you've put out a book or two, canvass your readers. Send out a poll in your newsletter asking basic questions. How did you find my books? What did you like about them? Does this cover grab you? Etc. You'll also find your superfans that way. Send 1 or 2 respondents to your poll a signed paperback or something personal. At Christmas, 1-year Kindle Unlimited subscriptions were discounted to $80. I gave a bunch of those away to my fans through various contests. Plus, I gave all my beta readers a subscription. Even though they had KU already, it extended their renewal date by a year. Title. It is important to get your title right. When you come up with something, ask people what they think the book will be about. My Free Trader series is going to get retitled at some point. Free Trader of Warren Deep? Seriously? Yes, that's my title for a space adventure. But trade is key, I argue. That's fine, but don't put it into the title. I have 9 books strapped to this name, and they've sold well over 100,000 books, even though I have to work extra hard to get people to look beyond the title to see the space adventure within. A better title would have been A Young Man and His Mind-Linked Cat, or even A New World Among the Stars. Although this series has made over $100,000 worth, maybe it's not so bad. For the omnibus edition, I titled it Free Trader Complete Omnibus, with the subtitle A Cat and His Human Minions. Combined with the sci-fi-looking cover, that Omni edition has sold remarkably well. Live and learn, but nothing is a showstopper. It was just harder. Work smarter, not harder like I did. For titles, shorter is better. Action or suspense is good. I love Jennifer Foner Wells's title, Fluency, with the spaceship on the cover. Well done. It makes you think about how would we converse with aliens, which is exactly what the book is about. Or Richard Fox's Iron Dragoons, with a cover showing the head of a mechanized soldier. That book won the Dragon Award for Best Military Science Fiction Novel because people could get into it from cover to blurb to story. It all worked perfectly. Keywords. These keywords are different from Amazon Marketing Services AMS keywords. Far different. You do not get to put other authors' names in here or book titles. You get up to 50 characters and can put phrases or a bunch of keywords. What you're looking for are the words browsers might use to find a book that yours will satisfy. You have to outguess those looking for books on Amazon, but you want the person who's looking for a particular book to find yours, if yours is what they're looking for. Because this goes to conversion. If they find your book, but it's not what they want, Amazon's algorithms will collect that data and analyze it. The worse your conversion rate, the lower Amazon will move your book when people search using your keywords. That's why it's important to have keywords that align with your story and not just ones that'll draw eyeballs. I've done both the stacking and individual words. By stacking, I put a number of keywords together, no more than 50 characters, and that gets me into the categories I want. In my Dark Landing series, I used these keywords: Space Western Frontier Colonization, Space Frontier Alien Contact, Space Opera Sci-Fi Evil Company Overlords, Science Fiction Colonial Adventure, Classic Western Sheriff Saloon, Galactic Empire Colonization, Wild West Episode Serials. I dutifully checked them using Publisher Rocket and found that most did not have a high impact. Western by itself was good. Galactic Empire was good, as was Colonization. The jury was out about evil company overlords, but I had to leave that in for my own edification, and so on. You want keywords here that someone perusing Amazon might use so that your book shows up in their search results, which is the same thing you are doing with the keywords in your ads, but you can have 1,000 of those. You want your books to show up to those searching and to those browsing particular categories. Keep that in mind as you select your keywords. If anyone searches Amazon for Western Sheriff Saloon, Dark Landing should technically show up first. If you're not sure, use Publisher Rocket. It's a paid service, but it provides a number of benefits for your book's upload page as well as for AMS. Blurb. The blurb is an ad for your book, not a synopsis. Keep that in mind from the outset. Blurbs are considered copywriting. Look at it from the outside. What entices you as a reader when you see a blurb? A laundry list of backstory? A bunch of character and place names? How about a dilemma? I love Richard Fox's tagline for his Ember War series. The Earth is doomed. Humanity has a chance. One of the best in the business is Brian Cohen, whose book, How to Write a Sizzling Synopsis, gives numerous examples to help you understand and guide you through the process. Brian offers the following 3 questions. 1. What problem are you solving? 2. How is your book the solution? Or at the least, what are people getting out of your book? 3. How will this entertain or change them? The simplest things aren't simple at all. The best blurbs are short and high impact. They get into your head like a clever jingle and won't let go. You have to read this book. You have to read it because the dilemma speaks to you. You have to know what happens next. You've embraced the character and their challenges and want to share their lives. Brian Meeks suggests using engaging words. You'll find them in his book on mastering Amazon ads. Combine them into a call to action, like, what would our hero do? This is powerful phraseology because it doesn't presume success. Will Anita save the day? Of course she will, unless it's a dark horror book, and then her efforts at hiding in the basement among the creepy taxidermist's knife set probably won't end well. A question to make the reader think. Here is my best converting blurb. It converts at anywhere from 1 to 4 to 1 to 8. And yes, I violate the "can he save the world" question that I just told you to avoid. A cat and his human minions fight to bring peace to humanity. Craig Martell is a masterful writer with a grand imagination. Reminiscent of science fiction of the 60s, sort of a cross between Starman's Sun 2250 AD by Andre Norton and Robert Heinlein's Tunnel in the Sky. You are clearly, like the great Asimov, a master of science fiction. The Free Trader takes you to a world across the galaxy where humans are not the only sentient species. After a devastating war, humanity and its creations rise again. The Free Trader finds himself at a crossroads. Can he and his cat prevent a repeat of past mistakes? And the follow-on series, Cygnus Space Opera, set in the Free Trader universe. Book 1, Cygnus Rising. Book 2, Cygnus Expanding. Book 3, Cygnus Arrives. I included the follow-on books because those don't show up on the series page, so I keep the readers informed that not only is there 9 books in the series, there's a follow-on series too. The readership that I've developed read a great number of books, so telling them there are 12 books in the series is beneficial. On a side note, there is some question about using quotes within the book description. It seems like it may be a violation of Amazon's terms of service, but I've never heard of anyone getting their book taken down for using them. I no longer put quotes in mine, but I do have some older blurbs that I'm leaving alone and hoping that Amazon grandfathers them in under any new interpretation. The cover may get a browser to look, but the blurb closes the sale. The tagline is important because it's above the fold, meaning it's what a potential buyer sees before clicking Read More. The more often they have to click, the more likely they'll lose interest. If you can sell them above the fold, their next click will be Buy now with 1 click. Categories. How do you know which category is best for your book? That is both an ego and a business question. Getting a bestseller tag in a lesser-known category looks good and helps visibility, I believe. But the only thing that really matters is the bottom line. the gross number of sales. Rank is made up of sales and borrows if you are exclusive to Amazon and KDP Select, along with other adjustments for reader interaction with the book. Visibility helps with sales. Reviews help with sales. Getting Amazon to push your book helps with sales. And there are a lot of guesstimates on how you get Amazon to do that. I haven't seen any that are definitive beyond selling more books and getting more love from the readers. Books that sell well seem to continue to sell well. Some of that could be through word of mouth or exposure in the Also Bots, which is free promotion along with showing what other books are related to yours. You want to be in good company of Also Bots. Recently, I've seen that some titles don't get the Also Bot line populated. That is worrisome, as the only way to show people your book on similar books is by paying for ads, or the Also Bots show up days later. And that goes back to making sure you are in the right category for your book. Publisher Rocket, a Kindlepreneur product from Dave Chesson, has a feature called Category Hunter. This is an exceptional addition to help you research where you will find the most traction for like books. You want to get on their Also Bots so people looking for that type of book see yours, with your engaging cover that makes them click and read more. Find a combination of categories that will give you visibility where you still could see a top 20 ranking. For example, I compete in the space opera category of science fiction. On this day, March 14, 2018, the book sitting at number 1 is selling 629 copies a day with an overall Amazon book rank of 174, while the 20th book in the category is selling 105 copies and has an overall Amazon book rank of 1,321. That is a pretty robust category with a lot of competition. But then I can put my book into Alien Invasion as a secondary category, where the category's bestseller has an overall Amazon rank of 455, and the number 20 book in the category has an overall rank of 1,438. I know that my books will tickle the top 200 upon launch, so these two categories work for me. But I could also go after the first contact category. A new twist in the summer of 2023 is that you get 3 categories and no more. All 3 categories need to be synchronized, which means if you want a young adult category, then you have to select all 3 YA categories. Young adult also needs the age selected for 13 to 18 plus, or 12 if in the UK. Children's categories are 12 and under. Adult categories. The summer 2023 change added an adult disclaimer. If you tick yes for adult content, that is explicitly for sexual content. Violence or horror does not get the yes check. I suggest this change is in response to U.S. federal guidelines restricting children's access to explicit adult sexual content. Also, if you check yes, you will affect discoverability of your book and the ability to use Amazon ads. Readers will have to be on record saying they want to see explicit content. Be informed and don't check the box for no reason. Steamy probably needs to be super steamy before Amazon takes note. Amazon can change your categories and adult status based on your keywords, blurb, and reader complaints. If they do this, then you are stuck with the new categories. The best way, if you don't cross into explicit sexual content but get close, is to tick no for adult content and then set the age limit to 17 to 18 plus, or something of that regard based on your estimate of who the book is appropriate for. These honest self-declarations will go a long way in keeping your books above board and in good stead with Amazon. When you select your categories, you'll have 3 choices, and in many cases you'll find overlap. Take mystery, for example. You can select science fiction and then mystery, or you can select mysteries and thrillers and then choose a subcategory of science fiction. Thanks to Dave Chesson, we also now know that a number of categories are what he calls ghost categories. These are categories that can be selected. However, those categories won't show if an author is looking for the top 100 list of such a category. You can't get a bestseller tag in one of the ghost categories, nor can a reader browse that category. Your discoverability in using ghost categories is limited. I suggest purchasing Publisher Rocket so when you search for categories, it'll tell you which ones are good and which ones are smoke and mirrors. When you get into a good category where you can rank and be seen, then you will be better off. Here's what it looks like when you search categories to find the most suitable for your book, where readers of books in that category will like yours. YA, Young Adult, requires the books to be put in the 13 to 18 plus age range when uploaded. First book there is 788 overall, and the 20th book is 11,022. It doesn't hurt to have a bestseller tag while also being seen in popular categories with lots of visitors. A rising tide floats all boats, doesn't it? I can't recommend Publisher Rocket highly enough. If you want to make data-driven business decisions, then get the right data. That's it. After you've selected your 3 categories and start getting sales, you'll see rank numbers. They might be in the 10,000s, and that's okay until your marketing game improves. At this point, Amazon may tweak your categories and put your book someplace where they feel it fits better. I believe that's based on your blurb and keywords and how those match with comparable titles and the categories they're in. It's a little bit of a shell game, but one where Amazon is trying to help you. You can no longer contact Amazon to get the categories changed. If you've been putting categories that absolutely don't apply, then change your upload keywords and/or your blurb. Retrain the software that's analyzing your book. Sometimes Amazon will email you back and tell you that they can't put the book into that category unless. There's a variety of reasons Amazon could give. If they give you an age range or keywords that have to be included, update whatever they tell you and then email them back and tell them that you've made the adjustments. The process to update your categories, if done on a weekday, could take as little as an hour. Sometimes it takes a day or two. It's important to hit these as quickly as possible while you are at the height of your sales, which for me is when I send out my newsletter on launch day. There are some categories that you cannot ask to be put into. Amazon will categorize these as they see fit. Here are the page limitations for the Kindle short reads. 15 minutes, 1 to 11 pages. 30 minutes, 12 to 21 pages. 45 minutes, 22 to 32 pages. 1 hour, 33 to 43 pages. 90 minutes, 44 to 64 pages. 2 hours or more, 65 to 100 pages. Age and grade. I've published a lot of books and have tried a number of different ages and age ranges. When I use 16 to 18 plus, Amazon puts my books in the young adult YA category. When I use 13 to 18 plus, same result. When I use 12 to 18 plus, Amazon puts my books in the children's category. What is the difference? When I have the F-bomb in the books or adult situations, I list them at 16 and up. No F-bomb, but some swearing, no graphic sex or anything like that, then it's 13 and up. I don't publish in 12 and up anymore as I don't want my books in children's categories. I put almost everything in 13 and up nowadays. I never touch grade. I expect that is for books that market to specific grades, like books intended to be used in a classroom. Digital rights management. This is a one-way trip. If you take it, then legitimate buyers could have trouble with downloading your book. It is supposedly an anti-piracy measure, but it doesn't work. Pirates will have a PDF copy of your book on launch day without issue. I never select DRM anymore. Unfortunately, if you selected DRM once for your book, you can't remove it. Most of my free trader books have it. I can't fix that, but the Omnibus edition does not have it. Upload your ebook manuscript. This is a simple process. Many people use Vellum. I upload directly using my Word file. This is right from the Amazon upload page. Recommended formats for Kindle ebooks: Doc, DocX, HTML, EPUB, RTF, plain text, and KPF. Amazon's format is EPUB now. It used to be Mobi as a proprietary format, but it never worked as good as EPUB, so in 2022, they abandoned Mobi as a format. If that's what you format in, then your conversion should look exactly like what you see on your screen. For me, it changes a little from my Word file when Amazon converts it, but they make it look great. If you have a bunch of sexy fonts within your story, they may get neutered. Amazon creates a single standard where the users can select which font and at which size they can read their ebook. Save your sexy fonts for the paperback version where you have a much greater level of visual control. Other upload issues. Make sure you address the spelling errors that come up. There will always be some. If the spelling is what you want, then click Ignore, and Amazon will okay your book. This will also keep you from getting an automated quality alert. Amazon's system has caught typos for me. I back out, correct them, and re-upload the manuscript. It's okay to take your time at this point. Don't hurry an error into production. Did you use generative AI to produce any part of the book? Amazon has added this as a required entry. Just answer honestly. This looks like data collection rather than an attempt to regulate AI titles, but I'm guessing. I don't know for certain. My answer is I don't use AI in any part of generating my book. Pricing. Full price, discounted, free. There are all kinds of schools of thought regarding pricing, and I have put them into an extensive book called Pricing Strategies. What you see here is a simple overview. A low price can attract more buyers, reward followers, and drive your launch day rank higher. Many authors launch at full price. Hardcore fans will buy it regardless. This all depends on your readership. If you are a newer author, your launch plan could simply be about getting the book out there while you focus on writing the next book. Perceived value is a thing. If you keep discounting your books to get sales, then the perception will be that your books are cheap. You need books that come at a cost to understand the dedication of your readership to your stories and your books. What is the value proposition? This is where I'm not going to answer this question for you. As an admin on the 20 Books to 50K Facebook group, I've seen a wide variety of pricing schemes. What you have to keep in mind are the following. Genre, what is the average book price in your genre? Your experience, known authors can command higher prices. Book length, selling a 300,000-word book for the same as a 30,000-word book doesn't make much sense. Value proposition, how do the readers perceive the value? And in the end, they are the only voices that matter. I started off pricing all my books at $2.99. This allowed me to discount books to 99 cents and run paid promotions like e-reader News Today, Robin Reads, Book Barbarian, and more. There's a big number of paid newsletter promotion services. Some genres command ebook prices of $9.99 or more. Underserved audiences who are hungry for more material. Pride and Prejudice novels are some of those in this category, and those who write well in that category earn the high prices with an opportunity to make a great living. Other categories seem set at $3.99. When I look at the top 20 books in a category, I'll look at reviews and prices to gauge how long a particular book will stay there. If a book is showing at $4.99 in the number 2 spot and has 300 reviews, the book for 99 cents in the number 1 spot with 4 reviews won't be there for long. The low price drove sales up and got the rank. When the price changes back, will new readers still find it attractive? That's a marketing and conversion question that we'll talk about later. In the Terry Henry Walton Chronicles, the first books were about 60,000 words, and we priced all of them at $3.99. By books 8, 9, and 10, I had way too many threads to tie up, so those books averaged nearly 95,000 words. We charged $4.99, and some readers complained, accusing us of price gouging. We even put the statement in one blurb, 2 books for the price of 1. Consistency is important, and that's part of training your readership. We eventually increased the price of books 2 through 10 to $4.99 each. No one flinches now because these are quality stories with a great deal of social proof. We tried this with our Dark Landing series, books of 20,000 to 30,000 words published every 18 days. The first book we priced at a consistent 99 cents. The others were $2.99, and that's all there was to it. We had a couple complaints in the beginning, but those died down. With each new release, we got a nice bump to the previous volumes, both in page reads and buys. Nothing sells the last book like the next book. I saw this exemplified when I published Book 7 in my Free Trader series, a year and a half after Book 6 hit the market. In the 2 weeks after Book 7 hit, I averaged 10 copies a day for each of the other 6 books. That's my blue-collar approach, a solid base across a wide front, and it all adds up. Before you know it, you're making $1,000 a day without any breakout bestsellers. I didn't change the pricing on any of the earlier Free Trader books. Those copies sold at full price for a long stretch of time. About 6 months after sales dropped off, I put together the complete set omnibus edition, which then picked up the sales torch and ran with it. A year later, and that Omni edition is still a leading seller. I've seen people put together general guides on pricing, but I won't do that. Look at your genre and how the top books are priced. If you're not as well known, maybe knock off a buck and go for it. I'm up to $4.99 for my mainline series, and I don't see the drop-off in sales one might expect. Resource for going wide. Here are some direct options for ebooks. Amazon KDP, Nook Press, Apple Books, and Apple has significantly improved their game in 2020. Kobo, Google Play, they are trying to improve their engagement in the ebook market, and Smashwords. Some ebook aggregators, Draft to Digital, Publish Drive, and StreetLib. For print, KDP Print, Ingram Spark, Draft to Digital Print uses Ingram but has a smoother interface, Lulu, Book Vault, and Offset Printing. Release schedule. Only you can determine when you are ready to release your book. You can do a pre-order of up to 1 year in advance, or you can simply release it when ready. A pre-order can add stress, especially if you have multiple pre-orders at one time. In 2023, I had 7 books on pre-order at once, but I had 4 of those books written, and the other 3 would be finished at least 2 months before they were supposed to publish. Some people don't do well with the pressure of a pre-order. Others can't operate without it. The best thing you can do is know yourself and what motivates you to deliver. Do what works best for you. There are benefits to a pre-order by building interest and getting sales before the book goes live. If you want to delve deeply into release strategies, check out the book Release Strategies, Book 2 of the Successful Indie Author Series. You might know the author. If you miss your pre-order date, Amazon will cancel your pre-order privileges for 1 year. Sometimes you update the file before the 4-day cutoff window closes, but Amazon still sends out the wrong file. What do? You contact them and hope for the best. No one fully knows how Amazon's algorithms work, but everyone says that you want to be on their good side. I've never had a problem when I've uploaded my pre-order a solid 7 days before the publication date. Amazon is a commercial retailer. They don't produce the products they sell. They make money when you sell your books. They'll give your stuff a little push if it looks like people are buying. And that's about the extent of my understanding of how the mystical algorithms work. There is so much that goes into putting a book in front of a potential buyer. No one source is the end-all. I stay on the good side by releasing quickly and promoting within Amazon itself through AMS ads and sending traffic to Amazon via Facebook ads. Another way to get exposure is by entering the Also Bots, that listing at the bottom of the product page where Amazon suggests books based on what others buy after buying your book. In order to populate the Also Bots and get on other people's front page for extra exposure and hopefully sales, you need to sell at least 50 copies. You might have an ad with catchy language today, but it isn't catchy tomorrow. You never know what will trigger jumps, but when sales are good, they seem to remain good. Shoot for more of that and less of the bad sales. Help Amazon to help you by releasing regularly. If you release less often than once per month, which is most people, one of the better ways to improve your situation is spreading out your sales over a few days. Get your bump with your main list, but get help with newsletter swaps and ads. Market to your target audience, even if it is only a boosted post off your Facebook author page. Rapid release is about exploiting the new release listing. The best numbers I saw were from the first series getting released exactly 7 days apart. This presumes that you get sales on the first book. You'll get no love from Amazon if you aren't moving any product. Remember that they are a retailer and don't care who you are or that you're a person who just put her baby up for sale. Did you sell it? No? Well, then Amazon won't like you as much as the person who is moving all kinds of product. You can make your own luck by selling books. How do we do that? That's the million-dollar question. But it all starts with one book at a time. When you figure out how that one book sold, you can work that magic on a second and a third. Keep at it. So much depends on the quality of that first book. If it is a captivating story, then your readers become fans and help push the book. Will it go viral? Again, you have to hit all the high notes. Will you do it with your first book? Expect that you won't, but keep plugging away. You'll get better and better. Serials and an 18-day release schedule. Scott Moon and I undertook writing a space western in TV serial style. Our target was 30,000 words per book. I wrote the first book, and it was only 17,000 words, but we were keeping it priced at 99 cents, with all the rest priced at $2.99. Scott wrote most of the rest. I wrote books 6 and 9. Book 2 was 23,000 words, and books 3 through 5 and beyond were in the vicinity of 30,000 words. We started in September to build our kitty of readily available titles so there would be no hiccup in meeting our 18-day launch windows. Our costs per title were $200, which included cover and editing. My Facebook and AMS ad spend was about $2 per day total. We launched Book 1 on December 18, 2017, with some newsletter swaps and a little AMS ad love, but low spend. We launched Book 2 on January 5th and Book 3 on January 23rd. Part of our tagline is a new release every 18 days. On January 23rd, we ran Book 1 for free. The tale increased in size for both sales and page reads. This is a space western, Firefly meets Tombstone, although we put it in the space opera and alien contact categories. It's not a huge niche with a ready market, so we are developing that market. Many reviews call Book 1 a short story, and that's part of the message that we didn't manage. We call them all books, which has no defined word count, and the average reader doesn't know the length of a novella. The reviews are overwhelmingly positive, but length is part of the reader's concern, so we'll start managing that part in Facebook ads. So much story in a compact, quick-read package kind of thing. There was a little hiccup going from 1 to 2, as the price also went from 99 cents to $2.99, even though subsequent volumes were longer. We did not attempt to work this message because it will play out over time when we can tout Book 1 in the best-selling Dark Landing series is only 99 cents for marketing purposes. Overall, this is a win, as it started to sustain itself. 6 weeks after launch, Book 1 continued to get 10 to 15 sales a day and over 1,000 page reads. Are these numbers eye-popping? No, but we were having a lot of fun, and the income increased with each new title. We also wanted a series that was pitchable to network TV because, hey, those bastards canceled Firefly and still haven't replaced it with something comparable. Books in a series. The series pages are cool. They help you sell more books because readers, those who like books in a series, can see the whole buffet table at one pop. Plus, you can promote the series by using that link, but be aware that not every market has a series page. US, UK, and Germany predominate. Canada and Australia took a long time to develop their series pages. Establishing your series page. It is critical that the series name is identical for each book in that series. Amazon allows you to create and maintain your own series page. You do this when you upload your titles. Copy-paste from a separate sheet with the series information as your friend. That way, there are no errant spaces or miscues, so the books will be incorporated into your series easily. You start by selecting a new series or existing series. If you add to an existing series, you get the choice of adding the title as main content or related content. You can add a book as a book in the main series or a related title to allow it to show up with the series. You can add a book to your series at any time from each book's product page. And you can go to the series page, you can click over from within the KDP Uploads first page, and adjust descriptions there. You can renumber your books or do whatever else you need in regards to your series. The Related feature allows you to link short stories or other related books within a single series. It's a big improvement over the old days where you had to email Amazon to get a book added to a series. Chapter 5. Building a Following. Biggest bang for the buck, or how can I get the most exposure for the least cost? I get 100 emails and 50 direct messages a day from people. Maybe I can answer some of those questions here. New authors who have yet to publish universally struggle with this question. Here are some tips and a not all-inclusive list of things. I've said some of this before, but here's a recap with value estimate. Social media. You have it anyway. Use it to build your author brand. Be interesting and be well-spoken. Be professional. This costs nothing but time. If your posts are laced with typos and incomprehensible, you won't be taken seriously as an author. Well-written posts could gain you readers. Poorly written posts will not. Read books in the genre you are or will be writing in. Don't write in a genre you know nothing about. This is a steep mountain, and high, too. Get a thick skin. When you're new, it is easy to get discouraged. Remember why you write. Because you love it. You'll often have to come back to your why. The first 500 words of your story have to be the ultimate hook. The reader has to be wowed and be fanatical about wanting to read more. If you need backstory for the rest of your story to make sense, and your backstory is boring, you will have to work it in without an info dump to start your story. You don't want readers to fight through that. You want the readers to follow because they're interested, not because they've been badgered. Help promote other authors by finding stuff you like in your genre. This can build your genre-specific following by identifying those folks who might read your stuff. You can boost a Facebook post every now and then with a similar style book for $10 or $20. See the readers who are clicking that. Then you can ask if they'd like a free story, and you can send yours. See if you can start building your readership. Your book needs to be edited. Editing can be done by beta readers if you can find them, or by software such as Grammarly, ProWriting Aid, or AutoCrit, which are inexpensive and good, but not an end-all. Self-edited books usually look like it. No offense to those who can pull it off, but usually you are already well established and know what you're doing. Covers. Research the covers in your genre, and then look through the pre-made cover providers and see if something is as close as you can get to your book. These will cost $100 to $200 or so. If you can do it yourself, understand good cover design and not necessarily great art. They are not one and the same. Also, thanks to the modern world, you'll need some kind of disclaimer from your cover artist that the cover is not generative AI produced, as you'll have to answer that question with Amazon. They provide a definition of that term upon upload. Do you click yes or no? If the answer is yes and you click no, then you risk having your account closed if Amazon determines your cover was produced by AI. Reserve your domain name, and if you can afford it, start building a website. You need a real email. If you show up with an AOL email, people won't take you seriously, and AOL emails sometimes get blocked by other email providers as AOL has been compromised too many times. Publish. It costs nothing to publish on Amazon, and then you can use AMS ads, which are relatively low cost. Total cost to publish, $250 and a bunch of time. Total cost to be taken seriously as an author, there is no price on that because that comes from the stuff you can't buy. A great story, well written, a public persona that readership in your genre can relate to and want to follow, and a work ethic that says, I can do this, again and again. Snippets, blogs, and social media. Oh my. Snippets are bits and pieces of your story. You can post them on your blog or directly to Facebook, maybe even 140 characters at a time on X, formerly known as Twitter. Some people have success on Instagram, but the base premise is the same. Share bits and pieces of the story to build interest without the hard sell. The hill cat looked up, disdain clear on his furry face. "Why are you such an ass?" the human asked. The cat yawned, found the human's blanket, and curled up. I could post that with a picture of the cat and a coming soon snippet number 2 from the free trader. Yes, I have a series with a cat as a main character, and don't be surprised at the demographics of my readership. I've posted entire chapters before as part of a cover reveal. I always share the cover well before the book goes live. I believe the cover drives excitement. I always share my ever-growing cover wall because I'm proud of my covers. I've had quite a few redone. That's okay. It drives up the cost per book, but always pays off. I have never had a new cover not pay for itself, even on my short stories. The whole thing is to generate interest, write well, and share it. I can put more on my blog, and that gives me more flexibility with formatting, something as simple as italics, and then link to the blog from one of my Facebook pages or post directly on Facebook. It's all good. Have a great visual to accompany your snippet, your cover, or even other artwork. I've downloaded graphics from Deposit Photo at a total bargain price and used those to generate interest in my books on my social media because I could relate a scene to what was shown in the picture that I bought for $1. The license allowed for that. Always make sure what the license on these photos allows for such use. If it says private use only, don't get it. If you are exclusive to Amazon, you cannot give away your book. It used to be 10%, but that has since been removed from the terms of service. A page or two is probably fine, as purely advertising to get people to your book's product page. For a different look, you can post whatever you like before your book goes live, but you need to take it down from being publicly available, whether on your blog or social media. The limitation is that you can't give away an unspecified amount while you are KDP Select, the Kindle Unlimited program. Before you publish, you can do whatever you want. It's your book, and the only person you need to answer to is yourself. It's nice being the boss, so take care of your best employee. How do you build a following? I addressed this in Chapter 2, but not in detail. I am personally a fan of building a following organically, those people who like your writing. Secondarily, I like people who like my genre. I am not a fan of people who will sign up for my newsletter because I'm giving away an Amazon gift card. I know a lot of authors who do this, counting on the numbers game. 10% of 100,000 people is still 10,000 good folks. But what if it's 1% or less? My experience with pure freebie promotions that are unrelated to my books in any way, not genre and not me as an author, is that it is a fraction of a percent who are engaged. I pay to maintain an email subscriber list. A fraction of a percent does not cover my costs in maintaining the extra number of names. So I don't do these anymore. I do targeted list-building efforts only. Story Origin and BookFunnel can fill the void in providing a forum where you upload your reader sample, up to a full book if you want. Both sites will collect email addresses of those who want to download your offering. You don't have to have a mandatory opt-in, but I use it most of the time. That is my minimum price to get my stuff for free. I offer one of my short stories that I also have on Amazon for 99 cents. It's not in Kindle Select KU, so I can offer it elsewhere. If a reader doesn't want to give me their email, they can still get the story and I'll get their 35 cents. That is a reasonable trade for me. I've found the best results with a full-length book that is the best sample of my writing. I'm giving readers a mirror of what they'll get if they read my other books. I only use BookFunnel because it does everything I need it to do. I bought the big package from them, so I can do whatever I need to do, however many times I need to do it. I don't use it anywhere near what I could to get my money's worth, but it is there. I've run some group promotions off my BookFunnel because I can support 5,000 downloads. That's neither here nor there, but it is a good segue into another methodology for gaining quality followers. A cross-promotion. The single best effort to add quality subscribers to my list came through a 10-author anthology. We each wrote space opera, so we all had a lot in common. We provided a short story that I consolidated under a nice cover. We formatted it and made it available via BookFunnel. We each notified our own email lists. And then I ran narrowly targeted ads on Facebook as well, looking only at space opera fans who also were Kindle readers. We picked up 1,400 new subscribers that we shared among the 10 of us. We had that disclaimer in numerous places throughout the anthology, signing up to get the book signed the person up for 10 lists. I've lost about 400 of those, but the remaining 1,000 are the highest quality, readers willing to pay for good space opera stories. Many have become superfans, and those folks are worth their weight in gold. The total cost for 1,400 email addresses? It would have been zero had I not run the Facebook ads, but as it turned out, it was about $40 total. And that's why you might not want to run Facebook ads to collect email subscribers. Those can cost $1 to $2 each to get. But if you can get them down to 50 cents each, then you'll be making money. Facebook ads may be the most expensive thing you can do to find subscribers. I paid a couple $100s for less than that many new subscribers. And the worst part is, I'm not sure they are all that great. If I had a 1-for-1 buy rate, then I would get an ROI at that cost. But I don't. Got to get those emails for 50 cents. The great thing about most email services is that you can parse the names of the signups. Use a separate link and list for those who sign up from your back matter. The back matter is what you put at the end of your book. If someone finished reading your story and continued into the back matter, then you have a winner. And if they then clicked on the link to join your newsletter list from there, or typed it in, then you have a fan and the making of a superfan. Keep those people segregated. You can carry on conversations with them, get feedback, give them samples of your work while you're writing, and they become your superstar beta team. If you get too many fans signing up via your back matter, that's a ridiculous statement. You can never have too many superfans. Nurture them, and they will be your foundation to a hugely successful career. Newsletter cross-promotion. Hey, Bob, you write space opera. I write space opera. How about a swap? I'll promote your next release when it comes out, and you promote mine. That is the crux of a swap. It can work out well and is generally between peers, those authors on the same plateau on the climb up the mountain of success, which is best left to the readership to determine. The attitude that makes this work is that a rising tide lifts all boats. Readers can read far more than we can write. Sharing a group and opening your readers' eyes to a bigger world is a great thing. The readers will determine what they like and what they don't. It also helps you raise your game. If you are swapping with authors that you think write better than you, what are you going to do about it? Me? I'd pay my editor a bonus to crank up the heat. Having a list of 30,000 names doesn't mean you're a successful author. It only means that you have a lot of email addresses. Are they buyers? I would much rather share with a smaller list with a higher engagement rate than a list of 100,000 subscribers who don't care and funnel the note directly to their spam folder, if they are real people, that is. But be careful. If you promote someone to your fans, you need to make sure that their book will satisfy your fans. At least skim the book in question, unless you know the author and their work. Remember when we talked about brand? Everything you do once you hit publish goes to your brand. You promote poorly written books with bad covers, then you will not be doing yourself any favors. You don't have to crush a budding author, but you can tell them, I have certain expectations from my readers, and this book won't fit with what they like. New release notification. The bread and butter of publishing. This is your readers' first impression of your book. Are they buying it? Do they remember that you exist? And that's why you have a newsletter, so you don't have to work so hard at providing content on a blog where they stop by every day to see what's new. New release notifications keep your readers informed, no matter where that reader is following you. On publication day, you send your newsletter. Did you send one before publication day to let them know it was coming? Did you do any snippets? Did you whet the appetite by sharing artwork? Hungry readers are one-click buyers. Set them up, and they will reward you. Deliver a great story, and that will make your next book sell even faster. Amazon will send an email to everyone who follows you. So, how do you get Amazon followers? Organically, because they clicked follow when they were looking at your books on Amazon. This is the only way you can get followers on Amazon, so push that in your social media, as well as your front and back matter. You can also see how many followers you have. Go to your author.amazon.com page and click on the Home tab. You'll see a link down the page where you can see your number of followers. I have over 75,000 followers on Amazon. If I do a pre-order more than 30 days prior to release, Amazon will send a pre-order notification, and then Amazon will also send a note on the day of release, too. 2 notifications on one book, and it doesn't cost anything. I generally pick up a number of sales when Amazon sends out their notifications. I follow myself, so yes, I get my own notifications. BookBub is the gold standard when it comes to maintaining a parsed email subscriber list. Set up your BookBub author page and make sure you add your books every time you have a new release. If it fits in their criteria, they'll send out an alert to your followers. This alert looks just like a featured deal, so take advantage because this doesn't cost you anything. Create your author profile at the partners.bookbub.com site and go to town. There are some paid newsletter subscribers that will do new release pitches for you, but the value of those may not be what you want. Hit your social media, release your newsletter, make your blog post, share with like-minded authors, and promote the book with real ads. Yes, ads. You're a small business, so you get to do all the things, but they aren't overwhelming. I am very light on ads myself, so I count on the professionals to guide me through their works on the subjects. Facebook ads? By Mallory Cooper's book, Help, My Facebook Ads Suck. She's also responsive if you have questions. She's just a downright good person who likes numbers and data crunching. She also writes great books, so her stuff sells when marketed correctly. She shares all of that in her book. Amazon Marketing Services, AMS ads? Take a look at Brian Cohen's free ad challenge and see if his approach is right for you. It takes work, but damn, you can make some money. Assuming you have great books and listen closely to the advice, incrementally putting it into practice. AMS also has self-help information, so you can get it direct from the horse's mouth. They don't tell you all the secrets, though. That takes some trial and error. If you can manage it, sign up for Self-Publishing Formula's Ads for Authors, unless you're completely new to self-publishing, then maybe take their Launchpad class first. That's all about building a platform and general marketing. Ads for Authors dials it in. Getting feedback. Getting feedback on your books is like going to the doctor. You can accept one opinion and be happy, or you can get a bunch of opinions and select the one you like best. But you're still at the doctor because you have a problem. The remedy may be unpalatable, or the one you like might not cure your problem. Welcome to being your own boss. You get to decide what to do. You, as the author, may not like the feedback you get. You may have found readers who are not in your genre, or there may be a real problem with your story. Anyone who takes the time to tell you something deserves to be listened to. But listen for the real meaning behind what they say. Sure, some people are mean and some people have no tact, but what you hear can make the difference between your success and your failure. A romance reader may not like your alien science fiction, but she's your friend and read the book as a favor, for example. Show your appreciation and take the advice for what it's worth. When you first start, you lean on your friends and family. As you progress, you find that they may not be the best at giving you feedback on your book. Understand that it takes time, but if you are in a reader's group and become a writer, you will be able to find people within your genre. Don't join that group specifically to thrust your book upon them. Read what they are reading and offer good feedback without being too critical. Don't try to prove anything. As I've said before, don't be a dick. 50 Shades of Grey isn't my genre, so I won't be reading it, but I can't knock a book that sold 125 million copies. It appealed to the right readers at the right time. Good for E.L. James. And that is as critical as I would get in a group of readers or authors. How can you make sure you accept the right feedback and then take the best action for your business? Split personality disorder. You must step away from being the artist and step into the shoes of the business owner. Look dispassionately at your work and then analyze what you've done to get it in front of the readers the story is most likely to appeal to. Why is or isn't it working? You need to be able to answer in either case. I bet there is someone who knows. The readers. Ask them. There will be some who like it. There will be those who don't. If they start with, "I don't usually read rhinoceros horror," then that's not who you want feedback from, although they can tell you about the quality of writing. It flowed well, but I couldn't get into the story. Find the rhino lovers out there and see what they think. Even if you have to give the book away after not getting any sales. This is what a business person would do. A free sample, and then have the person taking the sample fill out a survey for a coupon. It works. Start a conversation with readers in your genre, and you will get better with each new word. Look at how much and what you have to explain, because if you have to explain something to a reader, they missed it. I look at input like this as I need to write it better where they can't miss it if it is a key detail. Sometimes you do need to spoon-feed your readers. If they need to know the quadratic equation to solve a hint within your story, you may lose some readers, unless you're writing a high school textbook, and then it could be spot on. Write for the audience and write for yourself. When you find where those two things intersect, then you will be a much happier author. Avoid the people who are too controlling. As I will always say, there are no set must-dos in this business besides one thing. and that is find readers willing to pay for your work. Without that, it's not a business. Everything else you do goes to that end, ethically, of course. The book stuffers and the scammers, screw those people. If you can't look at your business because all you want to do is write, I don't know what to tell you besides reiterating that you're an indie. That means you do all the things. Sure, you could get an agent and try to get a traditional publisher deal, but the end result is simple. If you sign with them and make $100,000 in sales, you'll probably see about $10,000 for you. Very few authors make $100,000 in sales with traditional publishing. Very few. With $10,000, you'll be at your day job. With $100,000 in sales as an indie exclusive to Amazon, about $70,000. That means you can look at your day job and not be so quagmired in the daily grind. Also, do you have enough money to pay someone else $60,000 so you can pocket $10,000? I don't have enough money for that, nor the desire, because I'm an indie and I can do all the things. Trolls. The worst thing about being successful is the trolls, those bottom feeders who target an author so they can spew their bile in the form of one-star reviews, douchebag Facebook comments, random messages, and sometimes emails with helpful hints that aren't hints at all, but demeaning and wasteful. First and foremost, understand that the issue is them and not you. Unfortunately, as an author, you have to maintain a certain public profile which makes you a target for trolls, so they become your issue. Don't feed the troll. That's like responding to a one-star review on Amazon, something you just can't do. If you tried to carry on a conversation while you still thought the troll was a normal human being and they go off, cut the cord immediately. Block them on social media. Tell your email to route their emails directly to the trash bin. Hopefully they don't have your phone number or real address. Safety tip: get a P.O. box. Pen names provide some level of protection, but you're still a public person as an author. The troll could haunt your pen name's persona. Whack-a-mole. Just delete everything that comes from the troll and move on with your life. Living in fear lets them win. When do you report them to the police or to the feds? The threshold for online criminal behavior is fairly high, unfortunately. A death threat where they also share your home address, you'll want to call the police on that one. Almost everything else is in the gray area. If you are afraid for your safety, call the police and get advice. Many trolls will find a new target for their ravings when they realize they have no traction with you. You'll have to wait them out because you don't have much of a choice. If you feed them by trying to fight back, they'll hang on longer. Relegate them to anonymity and move on with your life. What you can do is write. Keep writing and build a following of people who are happy for you, happy to read your books, and happy for your success. Chapter 6. Writing the next book. Keeping your goals alive. The best goals are ones within your control. We all want our books to hit the top of the charts and sell zillions of copies. That might happen, but if that's your goal, you'll be disappointed more often than not, until you've reached that pinnacle. What is in your control is word count, studying your craft, incorporating feedback into your continuous improvement loop, and doing better as an author with each new day. Maybe it is something as simple as helping a high schooler write and publish their first short story. You never know when the right kind word could make all the difference in someone's life. Set your daily word count goal, and then meet it and beat it until it's no longer a challenge. Then raise the bar and go again. I'm a big fan of writing every single day. It's something that I feel I have to do. It makes it so much easier to pick up in the middle of a sentence if you write every day. You'll get back into your story more quickly, and the words will flow better. When I first started writing full-time, my goal was 1,000 words a day. I struggled to meet that goal for the first month. Keep in mind, I was doing it full-time and had trouble getting 1,000 words. Fast forward 1 year. I wrote the second book in my space opera series in 17 and a half days. It was 108,000 words in length. That's 6,171 words per day. That was my top end. I haven't been able to do that since, although I averaged 2,700 words per day for the first 5 years of my writing career. That's over 5 million words, because that average was every day. Weekends, holidays, vacation, it didn't matter. I wrote as I built my backlist and improved my craft. That is my sweet spot. 2,700 words per day gets me a reasonable workday without too much stress, and time for all the other things in a full-time author's life, who also has to read a great number of stories as part of a series of anthology collections. The people submitting those stories deserve my full attention to give them the best feedback possible. But I'm at a different place in my career where I am comfortable to write or not write. Some days I only get 500 words. Then again, I recently finished 2 series with a combined 170,000 words over 40 days. I have it when I need it, and I'm having fun writing what I write. I have different goals that involve publishing books on time, getting covers ordered months before they're needed, better managing my ad campaigns. The words are a given and my refuge. 8 years into full-time writing, and I'm happy with 2,000 words per day. That's all I need. I have over 140 books published. It's the other business stuff that demands more refined attention. There are standalone stories, and there are series. That's it. Some books are long, and some are short. Some series only have 2 books. Some only have shorter stories. These are called serials. My first 4 books were in 3 different genres. I strongly recommend you don't do this, unless you are already a marketing expert and are able to parse your newsletter by genre and maintain separate lists like an old hand. That was way more than I could handle when I first started publishing. I would recommend that you stay with one genre for at least your first few books, so you can build your understanding of the processes involved in being a professional author. Changing genres means you get to reestablish a foundation, since you have to appeal to different readership with each new genre. This keeps you from building on previous gains. It steepens your learning curve because what works in one genre may not work in another. Marketing is easier for anything that the readers have seen before. You should already have them on the hook because of your engagement. Many wait with bated breath for the next installment, and they will always want it before it's ready. This is good stuff because these are your hardcore fans. They'll pick up the first book in a new series because they like the way you write. Remember, this is important enough to repeat. It is easier to sell 10 books to one person than one book to 10 different people. We each define success in our own way. It's important to know what that looks like for you. In a small business like we see in self-publishing, the author must be all things. First and foremost, the author creates the content. But who determines that? As Steve Jobs said about Apple, "I'm on the bridge driving the boat. If I'm down in the engine room, who's going to keep us on course?" You're the mechanic, the cruise director, the head chef, but you are also driving the boat. Many aspire to write full-time. I do, and many of my closest author friends do. But it is a heavy responsibility. You need to be able to keep the boat on course, as well as keep the engines running. We all hit low spots. Some call it writer's block. I personally don't have time for that garbage. But sometimes I can't write on the story I'm working on. But I have 3 others that need attention, so that's where I go. Not writing is not an option. I have conferences to pay for. The motivation to keep going has to come from somewhere. Are you ready to weather 2 bad sellers in a row? Back to your goals. If it's a dollar figure, you have to have primary and secondary means to reach that, just in case your latest book does not take off. Disappointing sales add pressure and stress. What will it take to get past that and on track with earning good money? Goals. Good leadership. A solid foundation. I see many authors lamenting the political state of affairs, but the full-timers continue to press forward. They can't let external issues fill a leadership void. Look at your own business and be the leader that you need to keep moving forward toward your goal. Rethink your goal and the steps it takes to get there. For me, it's words every single day. Yesterday was 5,100. It was a pretty good day. Today is shaping up to be similar. With that, I'm off. The guy driving the boat wants a snack and more coffee from the chef, while haranguing the mechanic to get that engine fired up and running. Writing a new story. The power of a backlist. I have published a lot of books, full-length to short stories, over 140 separate titles. Arguably, half of my full-length titles are collaborations, where I wrote a minimal amount of words, even though I was involved in the story development. I don't count those in my word totals. I only count the words that I write. But I count all published titles because they earn revenue, even if I'm only getting a small percentage from the book's sales. I rarely delete too many words. I might move them into a different story, but damn it, I typed those words fair and square, and I'm going to use them. I love short stories because I can focus on a single topic. I get to remove the complexities of a multi-point of view story and take one situation, build it three-dimensionally. 6,000 words later, I have something I can put into an anthology and get my name out there. No one knew me at the beginning, of course, so I couldn't get into any anthologies. I started my own, and everyone who wanted to come with me on the ride joined in. We threw a good cover on it and published away. It was a great learning experience. Then I did another one, and a third one. Since then, I've done over a dozen edited anthologies. Quality of these submissions continue to improve. We have a couple short stories in my anthologies that became Nebula finalists. How about that for exposure for all the authors within? Usually, exposure leads to frostbite and dying of hunger. But as authors, we need to get our names out there and keep them out there. That's why politicians will put their name everywhere before an election. They want you to look at the ballot and remember that you've seen that name somewhere. That is what makes ads important, which goes to backlist. I run AMS ads on all of my books. At least one ad, with a bunch on the first book in a series, because I want readers to constantly see my name and my books. Someone with that kind of backlist must be doing something right. Let me pick up one of his books. So keep writing. Build your backlist. There are top authors with only 6 or 7 novels published. A.G. Riddle and Andy Weir come to mind. First, write an incredible book. And second, the longer it's out there before the next one comes out, the more you're going to have to spend on ads to keep the sales up. Then you'll have to spend more and more until you hit equilibrium. Eventually, you're going to have to publish a new book to remain viable, or you'll run out of ad cash, whichever comes first. Let's talk about paperbacks. I spent a career in Marine Corps intelligence. Everything I did was a secret. Every report I wrote, every briefing I gave. I retired with a chest full of medals and not a single hard copy of something I had written. Working as a business consultant, I liked being able to see a final product, like the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford. I got to work with the people building that ship, and it was great. When I started writing, I knew that I would make paperbacks because I finally got to hold something in my hand that I made. And there we are. My paperbacks pay for themselves. The extra cost of a wrap cover is all, because I have enough fans who only buy books in print, but it's not a windfall. As an indie, I can make a decision that I'll continue making paperbacks as long as I keep writing, because I can do that. I am responsible only to myself, and that is a great feeling. Keep writing. Keep filling that shelf. 1,000 words a day, every day for a year, means you've written 4 nice-length books. Keep doing that, and pretty soon, you'll have a pie chart that looks like mine. A mess of books contributing to your bottom line. Improving your word count. I was a tried-and-true pantser, flying by the seat of my pants, telling the story as my fingers hit the keys. For more than 2 years I did it that way, but then I got busy. Running author conferences and managing a publishing empire with enough titles, just changing the back matter takes a full day. I needed to increase my word count, while my available time to write decreased. First, write every day. There's nothing like practice to get better at something. Second, outline. I know, this is me, and I'm suggesting you write an outline. It makes the story easier to write. Easier means quicker. When I have a moment of exceptional clarity, I will put everything else aside and write the story. It will be a series of events, snippets of conversation, bullet points of things, with lots of "and then." It will be heavily infested with typos and whatever. The only thing that matters is that I now have a complete story, anywhere from 2,000 to 10,000 words. When I sit down to write the book, I can jam it out, and the first draft is pretty good. I managed to write the last book in 2 weeks because I had an outline. I think this will be my new norm. The important point is, when a story comes to you and you see it all in your mind, get it down right then. As a full-time author, it's so much easier for me to put everything else aside and work on the outline. If you have a day job, that's more problematic. But if you have a recorder on your phone, tell the story there. Skip lunch if you have to. You'll figure out what you meant to say between bites of your peanut butter sandwich. The sacrifices we make for our art, which then becomes a business. You'll be amazed at the leaps and bounds you can make when you have the story and just need to chip away at it. I can type 1,500 to 2,000 words an hour with a good outline, and even without an outline when I have a good view of where the story is going. Sure, I flesh out the scenes, go back and forth to add 3 dimensions, the senses, the colors, those things that bring a scene to life, but the main story rips through. It doesn't take too many of those hours before you have a full manuscript in your hand. Maximize your productivity while minimizing your time investment. Sounds like a business premise. What I found is that a story written like that flows better and reads better from the outset. My editor makes fewer corrections, and my beta readers complained that I was trying to put them out of business because there were so few typos remaining. I like improving the quality of my words, but that didn't happen overnight or easily. It took writing, a lot of writing. After nearly 7 million words, my first draft is pretty good, and with that high-speed outline, not a real outline, just a story stripped to the barest of bones, then I can get those out quickly and with high quality. You know who's the best judge of quality? Your readers, not other authors. I figured out why the quality over quantity debate continues to rage between some authors. They are trying to denigrate others because of their own inability to deliver a quality manuscript quickly, which isn't a condemnation of anyone. I've practiced long and hard to get to this point. Did you ever believe that someone could run a mile in 4 minutes? Maybe you grew up knowing nothing but the 4-minute mile. I didn't. It took that first man to break the mark, and then others followed quickly. You have to believe, and you have to train to meet a higher standard. And the only thing that matters to you as an indie is what you yourself do. You can only control what you do, not what anyone else does. You shouldn't see what they do as a denigration of anything you do. If you think they do something better than you that you'd like to accomplish, work toward it. You can get there. You can write better. You can write faster. You can do whatever you believe you can do by working hard at the right things. It may not come next week or next month. Hell, maybe not even next year. But the only one who can hold an indie back is the indie. Do not sabotage yourself. Take control of a positive outcome. Realize your destiny. Refuse to be denied. Remember that part where you are in charge of everything you do? There you go. Break's over. Time to get back to work. Outlining. First and last is one technique I use. When I have time and clarity, I outline the entire book in one sitting. That's when I can see the whole story in my head. I stop whatever else I'm doing, and I capture that. In my last one, I wrote 9,500 words in less than a day as an outline. I captured all the scenes, snippets of dialogue, interactions, settings, and the whole story. All that remained was fleshing out the details. There are a zillion different ways to plot, outline your story, and beyond the scope of this book, especially since I neither know them all or am invested in them. I may only outline in my head, and then I'm pantsing my way through the story. Short stories. Keyword: anthologies. You've seen authors put short stories into anthologies and whole books into box sets. Why would they do this? Number 1, exposure. Second, build credibility. Third, help others out. 4, maybe even make some money. Exposure. People are willing to exploit your talent for the so-called value of exposure. There's a difference between that kind of exposure and putting a piece of work into an anthology where new readers get to see your style and hear your name. Build credibility. It's important to put your best face on the story you include in an anthology. You don't get a second chance to make a good first impression. If you do set the hook, you've just gained a reader. We pay for free Booksy, Facebook, BookFunnel, you name it, to get someone to read our stuff. This is your chance without paying through the nose. Help others out. For established authors with a good fan base, why would you risk diluting your pool? Because you're a professional and you know there is no risk. You will put out a good story and possibly gain new readers. Every new reader is a huge win, especially if you have a big backlist. So you win, and if the anthology is good quality, you expose your readers to a group of quality authors. Maybe even make some money. I ran the Expanding Universe Volume 1 back in December 2016. We made a couple grand, not bad, but I thought we could have done better. Better keywords, my fault. Better rollout ads, better pricing. Nothing is fatal. We've done all kinds of variations. We'll hit the Expanding Universe 10 in 2024 because the rallying cry of indie authors is great. We've had bestsellers and short stories that became full-length novels. We've had a bit of everything and made money, too. We pick up new readers with each new volume, and for me, that is the most important thing of all. They join my newsletter and are an instant opportunity for a sale. They are the ready-made market. How do you get into an anthology? You write. You build your backlist, and you watch for opportunities. Then you write an incredible story that showcases the professional author you are. Social proof. How do you know if your book is any good? Can strangers tell you? Will family tell you the truth, or will they say they love it because you wrote it? It starts with a cover that aligns into the genre of the readers you're targeting. If you write westerns, but science fiction readers are picking up your book, that has nothing to do with your writing. That has everything to do with your marketing. They probably don't like what they read and drop some bad reviews on your book. Expect that when you deliver your book to the wrong market. When your sales are low, like most authors have as they first start out, your friends and family will drive your Amazon also bots, the books that people buy who also bought your book. This happened with one of my books. The number 4 book in one set of also bots was How to Knit Clothes Using Your Cat's Own Hair. That wasn't very helpful for readers who picked up that book and saw my science fiction book as one of their recommendations. I guess with my tagline of a cat and his human minions, it was inevitable. For social proof to matter, it has to come from your book's genre. Maybe you cross multiple genres, and you believe your book should appeal to a broader audience. I like to think my Free Trader series applies to cat lovers as well as science fiction fans. This has proved right over time, but not something I thought of when I first published the book. Same thing with young adult. The Free Trader has little sex and not graphic in any way, and no swearing. I tagged it for 13 and up, but had categorized it as space adventure. Reviews told me it was young adult, YA. So I rebranded it, targeted new ad campaigns, and my sales increased dramatically. Reviews can tell you a lot about your book. Someone might write a better blurb than you as part of their review. I have no shame. I'll use their words as part of my new blurb if theirs are a better hook than what I have. Even if you get 5 stars, read what they say and what they don't say. Many authors don't read their reviews at all. I suggest you can learn a lot, like why I needed to rebrand the Free Trader as YA. You need 10 reviews if you want to run promotions on some of the sites like Robin Reads or ENT. Outside of that, reviews don't give you anything tangible. You don't get an improved book ranking. Amazon doesn't promote your book more just because you have 50 or 100 reviews. What reviews show is that people liked your book and went out of their way to drop a few stars your way. I see 100 as a magic number, then 1,000. A book with 1,000 reviews is a big deal. In my experience, I get about 1 review for every 100 books sold, except later in a series where the number might drop to 1 in 10. Social proof. When the right readers read your book, they'll tell you what they liked. Do more of that. If people are hesitant to give you feedback, then they probably didn't like the book. Find out, fix it, and move on. In other words, write the next book. The things I love to see most in reviews are well written and can't wait for the next one. I've done my job, and with each new book, sales increase. That is a great feeling. Staying motivated without alienating your family. Writer's fatigue happens, whether you've had poor sales, bad reviews, or even something as simple as you're tired of typing or dictating. Maybe you think you don't have any new stories to tell. I can tell you what works for me. A new story, a short story with a fun plot or an odd twist, those seem to flow for me. I can write one in 1 to 2 days, 5,000 to 8,000 words. How about outlining a story? How about brainstorming? I'll step back and write dialogue, something that I always find fascinating. I might design a cover, which just needs the perfect story behind it. If your main work is giving you fits, step back. Jim Butcher said, "I don't have writer's block, I have a mortgage." The work you don't do today is the money you don't get 2 to 3 months from now. But fear isn't a proper motivator. You become less creative when you work from fear. The words are hard to come by and are painful to get onto the page. Step back, close your eyes, and think about why you started writing. The imaginary world, the story, the colors and the emotions, the turn of phrase to paint a word picture. Whatever it is, disappear into that moment. Write down an outline, that scene, that story. When your mind is clear and in a different place, go back to your main work and look at it from a neutral perspective. Why was it causing you grief? Was it this work? Discover the reasons you were having trouble. If the story isn't working, then figure out why. That nagging feeling you have is your conscience telling you something. You only have to listen closely to hear what it is. If it's a new book and you don't know how it's supposed to go, I can't help you. Writers tell stories. If you don't have a story, then what will you tell? The beginning, the middle, and the end. I write the first chapter, and then I write the last chapter. I go back to write everything in between. Knowing how it ends helps me frame the steps to get there. I have a rough outline in mind with 3 subplots. I've written from 1 point of view to 9. The more there are, the more sticky notes I need on my whiteboard. Don't despair, because there is always something to write next. I heard that James Patterson has thousands of rough plots in a closet full of notebooks. That is what you do when you're not writing. All the stories have not yet been told. I talked about goals. If you have a goal that your first book is a bestseller and allows you to retire on a beach somewhere, reality suggests that your first book won't even break even until after your third book comes out, as long as all 3 are in the same genre. I broke even on my first science fiction book exactly 6 months after I published it, after the 6th book in the series was published. So don't let the lack of instant success hold you back. Do you know who Hugh Howey is? Wool was his 10th book. It was a runaway blockbuster. Finally, he realized success. A couple other things you can try. Why sit and stare at the computer screen for hours on end? Give yourself a shorter overall writing period, sprinkled with sprints. Then get caught up on your recreational reading. See how other authors craft their words. Once you've written a book, you'll notice that you read differently. You look at things with a more critical or more accepting eye. As a creative person, losing motivation is a real issue. You simply cannot let it go on for too long. Remember what this whole book is about. Control what you are in control of. Writing isn't just something to do. It's something you love to do. You can never let it become work, even though it's your job. But it's the fun part of your job. Treat it that way, and use writing as your escape from everything else. Hitting the wall. What do you do when you lose your motivation? Sales are lacking, no one likes your books, you're not getting reviews. You're writing, and no one appreciates any of it, and it's not bringing in any revenue. I suck. The demon of crippling self-doubt affects nearly all of us at some point. It is real. Some call it imposter syndrome. As an author, you are a creative. It is a challenge to turn your imagination on and off, and then take those scenes and turn them into words. It is the storyteller's challenge. As the production side of your business, you need to get the words down, otherwise there is no story to sell. Do you have to sell the next story to make a balloon payment, and you don't even have it written? It's not flowing, and you are going to miss your deadline? Take a break and do something else. Explore marketing. There are hundreds of YouTube videos to help you. Buy a Kindle Unlimited membership. For $12, you can reference 100 books on marketing and the indie business. You must do something. Doing nothing is a bad option for a small business owner. If depression is gripping you and holding you down, then only you know what can bring you out of it, whether it's professional help, a distraction, or something else that has worked in the past. To get the creative juices flowing, Thoreau had Walden's Pond. Sheldon Cooper, Big Bang Theory, did the mindless task of a busboy at Penny's restaurant until the idea hit him. There's a lot to be said for physical fitness, too. Being physically healthy is the best way to stay mentally healthy. You need to feel right to write. The value of time. When I retired at 52 years old as a lawyer/business consultant, I billed at $250 an hour and was gone from home half of my life. When I started my career as an author, I was making 12 to 14 cents per hour, but I was home and starting to write full-time. Now, an hour of my author time is worth well over $500. But I'm inefficient with my time because I can be. Those who work full-time jobs and have young families at home don't have the luxury of wasting 1 minute. You have to do everything for your small business as an indie, which means you need to be efficient if you want to maximize your earnings potential. What are your priorities to maximize your time? Number 1, writing. You are the talent, and you should always treat the talent right. Second, presentation. Preparing your book for market. Cover, blurb, keywords, categories, reader engagement. Third, marketing. Books generally don't sell themselves. This includes your newsletter. And fourth, other stuff. This is the admin, taxes, running your knuckles over a cheese grater, the usual author stuff. I'm not telling you anything you haven't heard before. You have to write the book and make sure that the cover and blurb help to sell it. If you don't do those first two things, you'll waste a great deal of time and money on marketing. When you have the writing and presentation squared away to the best of your ability, then marketing becomes number 1. I say that nothing sells the last book like the next book, but without some marketing, people won't know that last book exists, let alone the next one. If you only have 5 hours a week in which to do it all, and you're able to get a book a year published, I salute you. Making the most of your time is important. What brought this to the fore for me was having to edit a 60,000-word book, not mine, on a new storyline that was my responsibility. I thought it would take 3 days and throw me way behind. It took 13 hours, a little more than one workday, because I gave it my 100% focus. No Facebook, no writing, no marketing, no ka-ching from book report. That's nice, but it's a distraction that you don't need unless you are doing hour-to-hour marketing. Learn what you need to know at that particular time in your journey. If you haven't written your first book yet, there's no need to get overwhelmed by the marketing. Work on your craft until you need to know how to do a blurb. Research covers in your genre to make sure your cover attracts the right readers. When your book is done and getting ready to publish, study up on marketing. There's enough information available in various Facebook author groups. I would always recommend 20 books to 50K first, that you'll get a healthy start and be able to ask smarter questions. Dial in the knowledge that will help you best at this particular time. If you focus and prioritize, going after your number 1 goal with fanatical devotion, you'll find that you're able to get more from your time. There are a couple rules of consulting. You can never have more than one priority one, and when your number 1 issue is resolved, number 2 becomes number 1. As in, you will always have something at the top of your list. Give your top priority the attention it deserves, and you'll be amazed at what you can accomplish. Chapter 7. Marketing. Overview. Very few people can be successful in this business without advertising. Most of those have built their followers over time and get a set number of sales with each new release. Some can make $100,000 a month based on the quality of their newsletter subscribers alone. I saw an ad on Amazon for Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. J.K. Rowling thinks she needs to advertise. At least her marketing team believes that there are more buyers out there. So why wouldn't the average Joe? And that's me, the blue-collar author. I am your average Joe driven to succeed, a workaholic who believes that if I just work a little harder, it's better to work smarter, and it's far more lucrative. I need to write the books because my readership is waiting impatiently, but these are good books that appeal to a far broader audience. Can I keep my readership happy while increasing my sales? How can I get my books into new hands? Marketing. It is easier to sell 10 books to one person than one book to 10 different people. But I'm trying to do both because that is a whole new plateau up the mountain of success. You're making the same face that I'm making. Advertising and marketing isn't hard. It only takes a little effort, and thanks to the work of a few of my friends, it isn't even that much effort. They have written entire books on some very specific details, as well as provided most of the information at no cost on their Facebook pages or their blogs. I'm not going to try to shortcut their work, because I'd end up quoting huge sections. I can't do that to them. I will tell you to buy their books as the current seminal works on the subject. Their books are what I use, and for this section, I'll go into how I use the advertising on those platforms. Let's get some basic terms down first. Money. At the end of the day, this is what we're talking about. We want more money at the end of every day than when we started. Revenue. This is your gross earnings, how much money your book brings in. A $2.99 book in KDP Select will earn you roughly $2 in revenue. Expense. A valid cost, even if it isn't tax deductible, although we want all expenses to be tax deductible. Profit. What's left after you subtract the expenses from revenue. This is your you money. This is also called net income. Cash flow. The money flowing in each month balanced against the outflow. The money you make today on Amazon will be paid in 2 to 3 months. The money you spent on ads is paid at the end of the month, or in $500 chunk increments during the month. Pay your distributors now, but you get paid later. Overhead. These are your base costs that you have regardless of whether you publish a book or not. Margin. This is how much you get between your cost and price. There are people who borrow money to run ads. Until you are sure what kind of return on investment you'll get, I would be wary of spending more than I make, unless you know you can afford to take the loss. I wouldn't recommend spending much money at all on advertising until you have 3 books out. That's simply my opinion. And if you are practicing on ads with only 1 book out, then good luck. And if you start to find traction and can scale up, definitely do that. You want to start the money machine generating, but take care until you've established yourself. Many readers are wary of authors with a single title. They are afraid they'll like the book, but then won't get another. As I said before, it's so much easier to sell 10 books to one person. Hold that mantra and start making money at this thing we call self-publishing. Once you figure out how to sell your books to one person, take what you learned and sell to 2, then 5, then 10, and keep building that foundation from which you can keep climbing. Return on investment, ROI. This is one of the single most important calculations you can make. How much did you spend on marketing, and how much did you make? If you can correlate these two efforts, then you can take steps to put your ad money into efforts that return 3 times your money or more. Primary ROI is when you put your book up for sale, see how much you spent on ads and how much you made. Did you make more than you spent? It is that simple, but then we have to add in other things. An example, you price your $2.99 book down to 99 cents as part of a Kindle Countdown deal, KCD. One shortcoming is that this is limited to the US and UK only if you've set it up in both stores, but that's it. Your royalty from each sale is 70 cents. If you bought a series of newsletter promotions like Bargain Booksy, eReader News Today, Robin Reads, Hello Books, and then boosted a few Facebook posts, you might be out $250. $250 divided by 70 cents is 357.14. You need to sell 358 copies of your book before you are in the black and have a positive ROI. If you only have 1 book out, your entire profitability is based on how many copies you can sell of that 1 book to earn more than your costs. But if you have more books in the series, then you will get your secondary ROI, which requires a series of calculations. In Mallory Cooper's book, she has a spreadsheet and everything you need to make the calculations. But they go something like this. If you have a 90% read-through, also called buy-through or pass-through rate, to book 2, and 90% to book 3, and so on to book 10, you can calculate how much money you will make from putting book 1 into someone's hands. If you make $1 on each of your books from 2 through 9, then your revenue guesstimate will look something like this based on your 99-cent book 1. All values are profits. 10 copies of book 1, $7. 9 copies of book 2, because we have a 90% read-through, which means for every 10 sales of book 1, we will have 9 of book 2, $6.30. 90% to book 3, $5.67, and fast forward to 90% to book 10, $2.71. Even with 90% read-through, you lose readers with each new book for whatever reason. Once you get up toward 100%, then you have the readership hooked solid. If we have 90% read-through from book 1 and for the rest of the series, for every copy of book 1 that we sell, we don't make 70 cents, we make $4.56. Keep in mind, the calculations we just did were for 10 copies sold of book 1. It made the math look cleaner. Or another way to look at it is, if you can sell 10 copies of book 1 on a 99-cent countdown deal and you have 90% read-through, then you will earn $45.58. How much can you spend on book 1 and still make a profit? That's right, about $4. What if you break even on that first book in a series with your promotion? Then it's all gravy after that. That is the power of a backlist and a long series. If you don't write in a series, but you have a distinctive style within the same genre, then you can still get those readers to buy your other books. Use your back matter to highlight enough of a similarity. Readers of my free trader will love Cygnus Space Opera or Xenophobia. Put on your production foreman, IT specialist, legal officer, and marketing guru hats for all the stuff related to your book that isn't the actual story. Give people the opportunity to sign up for your newsletter or buy your next book. The power of ebooks is that once you have your next book, you can update the last book with the link. Nothing like selling the next book as soon as the reader finishes the current one. One word of caution for people who are wide. None of the booksellers like seeing links within your book to other booksellers' websites. Apple will reject a book with an Amazon link, and Amazon will turn a book away with a Nook link, and so on. You can use a universal link that is user-directed, where a Barnes & Noble fan will always get the link to Barnes & Noble. Draft to Digital provides these links free of charge through its Books to Read links. Sometimes booksellers don't like the random link. They can't tell if it's malware or not. Just be advised that you may not be able to have active links in your book, so having something that's easy to remember and easy to type for a reader is important. My landing page is craigmartell.com. That's as easy as I could make it and maintain my brand. Back to selling your books. Calculate your ROI correctly. With my backlist, if I can bring a single person on board who loves all my books, that is worth a minimum of $150 in profit. Money in the bank. Sometimes things get tricky when you drill deeper into the numbers. Many times you will stack your ads along with newsletter swaps. You'll get a great payback, but won't be able to put your finger on the return for each individual promotion. That is known as throwing mud at the wall and seeing what sticks. It's okay. It's how most people do it, including me. I stack all my promotions. But I have an idea of what works better than others because I usually spread promotions across 5 days. Why 5? Because Amazon lets me make a book free for 5 days each quarter, or run a Kindle countdown deal for 7 days. You need to spread out those promotions. I do that, and will start promotions on the second day. Just in case there's a glitch on the first day, I can get the book to free before it starts. I'll send my newsletter on the first day, once free is confirmed. I'll know what kind of response I get out of the gate because that will be the only promotion I run on the first day. Some of my Kindle Unlimited readers will pick up a book for free just to have it. They've already read it in KU, so in essence, I've already been paid for it by those good people. If not, then I hope they'll dive into the rest of the series after reading number 1. And that's where your secondary ROI comes from. It is all simply ROI, but I thought it would be easier to explain by primary and secondary. Return on investment also means getting the most from your product. When you write one book, how many different ways can you earn revenue from that one act of creation? There's your ebook, your paperback, a hardcover. How about an audiobook? Graphic audio, human narration, and now AI narration. Graphic novel, the translation into German, French, Spanish, and/or every other language. Kickstarter, you can get sales before the usual distribution channels. There's the serial listing, like Kindle Vella or other subscription services, KDP Select, aka Kindle Unlimited, or Kobo Plus. And there's the omnibus or box set when you bundle the book with others, and direct sales, in addition to the regular channels like Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Apple, Kobo, Google. The return on the investment of your creative time can be lucrative if you invest in your great stories to find the right audience. Margin. From a business perspective, margin is what you make on each book. A 99-cent book is worth about 35 cents. What if you could sell that same book for $4.99? It would be around $3.49, assuming no delivery costs, but Amazon charges you for that if you use the 70% royalty option. The more megabytes your book, the bigger slice Amazon takes. Can you move the same number of copies at $4.99? Isn't that the million-dollar question? There's the Walmart model, where you sell a bazillion of something at a low margin, or the Lamborghini model, where you sell very few of something at a high margin. We are going to be far closer to the Walmart model because we need volume of sales. But as you are able to command higher prices, then you'll strike a balance with a better margin and high sales. That's where you'll find the seven-figure authors. That's where you'll find your million sellers. I recently passed 1 million sales. It's a strange feeling knowing that I've put that many stories into people's hands. We didn't get there overnight or through taking shortcuts. Amazon Marketing Services, AMS ads. I use AMS ads, and I can't get them to spend all of my budget. But don't be dissuaded. There are plenty of horror stories where AMS, out of the blue, spent everything that a person had put in regards to a maximum. I keep my daily total bids fairly low across a vast number of ads. They won't max out all of them at one time. In a couple years of advertising using AMS, they have not even come close. I'm currently spending roughly $100 a day, but am willing to spend $150 as long as the commensurate sales happen, and will keep ratcheting up with increased sales. You can put a daily budget on your ad, and you can also put a daily budget for your total spend. Make sure you take advantage of these safety controls. I have between 1 and 200 AMS ads running at any point in time. I use a combination of automatic targeting and manual targeting. For quick and easy exposure and low-cost engagement, I run automatic ads on all my books. I set the cost per click at 25 cents and the daily at $3, unless it starts getting impressions, and then I might crank it up to $10 or $20. AMS has never spent all my money, but they could. Beware. If you want to master your game out of the gate, there's one way to do that. The best course in the industry is run by the Self-Publishing Formula, SPF. The Ads for Authors course is the gold standard. It also gives you the latest material and provides lifetime support. If anything changes, then you get the updates at no additional cost. Once you're in, you are in all the way. You have the keys to the castle. Check out SPF at selfpublishingformula.com. Facebook ads. Facebook will happily take your poorly allocated money. All of it. You need to do better than that. Good news, my friend Mallory Cooper lives by the power of Facebook ads. Buy her book to learn the best way to do the foundational things. Then when you are making good money, you can test other ways. The book is Help, My Facebook Ads Suck by Mallory Cooper. Despite what Mal says, I do boost posts, but I have a number of target groups established. As Facebook restricted who they show posts to, I boost my author posts showing new releases so that the 2,000 people who follow me on that page will get to see my stuff. I usually boost for a week, most times for $20, but sometimes for $50. I haven't seen the difference by spending the extra $30. I think Facebook is smart enough that the ones I can get for $20 are the ones who click and buy. I also make it easy for them. I use the Amazon link. One click and they are on Amazon's product page, a mere hover away from a one-click buy. BookBub ads. Check out David Goffrin's work on the subject. What Dave tells you is that you start off targeting authors like you, and then BookBub will run your ads based on the readers who follow those authors. Anyone with less than 1,000 followers may not be a good target. So I went to BookBub and looked at the top 20 military science fiction authors for a new campaign I was starting. What did I find? The military sci-fi author with the greatest following had 786. Next had less than 500. Those guys! I now have just over 1,000. I hadn't been pushing that and was missing out big time. I'm going to do two things. First, I'm going to keep promoting readers to follow me on BookBub, so when I have a new release, BookBub will send it to those who follow me, and it looks just like a featured deal. How can you beat that? Sounds like free money to me. I suck because I didn't take it seriously, but I am now. And second, I'm going to target the military sci-fi authors through a few test ads with fairly low spend to see who resonates, and then I'm going to scale up my spend in hopes of scaling up the sales. BookBub is another service that will happily spend all your money. Take great care with your advertising budget until you have things dialed in. Graphics are key on those 300 pixel by 250 pixel ads. BookBub also has a great tutorial and blog where you can find what you need. It starts with a good graphic, an image that is 300 by 250 pixels. This is how you get people to give your book a shot. Having a number of them for testing will be helpful. Facebook ads reward pictures that don't look like ads. For example, images without text on them. BookBub, not so much. You need to put a very short pitch. BookBub's blog is where you'll find good information. insights.bookbub.com. Chapter 8. Random Stuff, Other Words, and Definitions. Author rank. I used to watch my author rank like a hawk. It was great to see it climb, and a bummer to see it drop. It's a general barometer of author health. 10,000 overall is better than 100,000. To me, that means you have much greater exposure, more readers who can spread the word about your work. The difference between an author rank of 10,000 and 50,000 could be 2 book sales and 5 KU borrows. If the borrowers never read it, you made money on 2 sales. That's it. I spent 1,136 consecutive days in Amazon's top 100 science fiction authors, and then Amazon did away with author rank. So this is a moot conversation. It was there once, now it's gone. The only ranks left are for individual books, and that is what matters most because it goes to the bottom line. How many sales are you getting, and what are you doing to keep driving that number upward? In any case, there are no author ranks anymore, so it's best not to think about it. Agents and what to look out for. Most agents work on a commission basis. They get a cut of your hard work. Make sure they earn it. Agents can represent you to submit your books to traditional publishing houses and represent you should you get an offer. Pitch your book to a movie or TV studio and work to build an audio version of your books. They can help with promotions, keep your name front and center in publishing circles, help your popularity, and get your books into foreign markets and protect your rights there. They represent you for audiobook deals, and they represent you in all cases. An agent doesn't mean that you get to stop doing all the things. You still get to do those, but now you are sharing your profits with someone. That being said, an agent can do a lot of things that you can't do yourself. You could submit to one of the big 5 publishing houses, but your manuscript could be lost in the noise. A respected agent will get eyes on your book. Keep in mind, that means respect. There are a great number of agents out there who don't have good contacts, don't live in New York City, or don't have verifiable success. Comes back to you. I was contacted by an agent whose website showed a few people signing contracts with this agent and a nebulous claim that one of them earned a 5-figure advance. If their claim to fame is that they sign people, then their focus is on themselves and not you. How about pictures of their clients' books in Barnes & Noble, or their client standing in the front of a big 5 publishing house in New York City holding that contract? That would be a bit more enticing than a bathroom selfie. Look for an agent with big-time clients, and hopefully the agent helped them to get there and is working hard to keep them at the top of the market. As for promotions, Agents are not going to do your marketing for you. That's not their job. To have day-to-day income, you need to do your own marketing and promotions, unless you are holding out for a trad pub contract, and then there will be no revenue at all. When you sign the contract, it could easily be a year before you see your first cent from the publisher. Keep this in mind if you intend to walk this path. It took 11 months for me to see the first money from my traditional publisher, and I had 2 books ready to deliver when I signed the contract for a trilogy. What rights are you willing to share with your agent? Some of these will be difficult to negotiate out. What if they insist? How much are you willing to give now, not knowing what the future might bring? Think about derivative rights, the rights to those products based on your original work. If you write a spin-off series or use the characters from one book in another, did you just give your agent a cut of the new work? Make sure it's clear. Consider movie, audio, toys, games, video, whatever else you can think of. What if a studio picks up your book and turns it into something wildly popular? What if your agent didn't have anything to do with that? Are you still giving him or her a cut? Easy to say no, but I suspect the standard agent contract says yes. Right of first refusal for new material. Some agent contracts give them rights over every one of your books produced after you sign with them, even if they have nothing to do with them because you self-published. Anything in perpetuity has to be severely contemplated. That means forever. New books, stories, articles, and subsequent derivative rights. Is your contract too broad and lets them in the door for everything you produce while they are your agent? What is the time frame for representation? Who owns the IP? What exactly is covered? Can the agent sell his rights to another? When are royalty payments distributed, and by whom? What are the remedies for failure? As a contract lawyer, remedies are a key contract clause. If a contract has no remedy clause, then it has no teeth. Your agent does absolutely nothing for you, yet still demands a cut as you keep working and make yourself more and more successful. How do you get that individual off your payroll? Editorial revisions and moral rights. Can the agent supersede your wishes with a publisher, where they can edit your work to such an extent that it no longer looks like what you wrote? And you still will need a lawyer to look over any contracts before you sign them, even if they have been vetted by your agent. Collaborating. It took about 18 months, and Michael Anderle and I earned nearly $300,000 in royalties for our co-written series, the Terry Henry Walton Chronicles. Michael built a readership that had a voracious appetite. He couldn't keep up with them, so looked to do a spin-off series. He picked Terry Henry Walton, THW, as a popular character with prime airtime in 2 of his books, and the stories had to fill a 150-year gap in time. He needed an author with a track record of writing post-apocalyptic novels, experience in the Marine Corps, and freakishly driven. The collaboration was born. I put my ego aside and learned a great deal from Michael about character development and telling a compelling story. His readers were both gracious and demanding. I learned much from them, too. In the first 6 months, we published 8 books with a total word count of 520,000 words, and 5 short stories totaling 10,000 words. I've paid my editor almost $3,500 during that time. I do write full-time, so word count is one measure of that time. I also wrote a 90,000-word book for one of my own series. In the following year, we added almost another million words. Collaborating is a testament to delivering a product in a way that any small business would. We meshed and were able to deliver with a velocity that worked for our readership. I say ours because the readers know that I'm the primary author of this series, and they are okay with that. They've grown accustomed to my style, which was a little different from Michael's. I'd like to think that I'm a better version of me today because of this collaboration. The series would have died with number 2 had we not hooked the readers. That was what the minimally viable product is all about. We took the reader feedback and went on a journey with them. Our read-through is above 90% once we get them through book 2. We study the numbers and do what's best to keep the series foremost for existing readers while running ads to get it in front of new readers. Success takes a great deal of work. Collaborating is one way to share the burden, but it still comes down to writing, learning, writing better, and then managing the business side. In the end, it's all worth it. What other ways can you collaborate? How many varieties of friendships are there? You can both write together, all the words, using an online environment like Google Docs. You could write one chapter back and forth. You write one, a partner writes one, then you dive back in and write one, and so on until the book is done. One person writes and the other punches it up, adding flavor and more. You can build a world, and others can write within that world. You can create a world together. I know of one group that publishes under one pen name, but there are a bunch of them, and they each write a book within their created universe. They release rapidly without any one person carrying an unequal burden. And always use a contract in all collaborative efforts. Look at including the following things: names of collaborators, time frame of inclusion, including publishing dates, where, and for how long. Derivative rights. What if someone wants to make a movie or line of toys? What happens if one of the collaborators passes away? Royalties and payments. Who owns the IP, such as the work in progress? What about cutting ties? How can you walk away from the contract? Remedies. What happens if one party defaults on the contract? And go to court is not a valid statement because you don't need a clause to challenge a contract in court. I'm talking automatic conversion of collaborative IP if payment isn't made or something like that. Editorial revisions and moral rights. Can the publisher edit your work to such an extent that it is no longer your work? Get a lawyer to review any contract to make sure you aren't signing your life away. You need to account for a number of things in the contract. Make sure you know what you're getting into. I have some sample contracts in my book, Collaborations. Bestseller lists. If you hit number 1 overall on Amazon's free list, or number 1 in any category during a free promotion, it doesn't rate any banners. The keyword in bestseller is sell. If you hit number 1 in a category, one of thousands on Amazon, they may give you an orange tag that says bestseller or number 1 new release. Take a screenshot of that because you now have a number 1 book, an Amazon bestseller. I put those in my folder with that book and move on. I have folders for each separate book as a subfolder of each series. These only reflect current sales, so the banner will go away, and there is little firm evidence that anyone buys books simply because they have an orange bestseller banner. Enjoy the ego stroke and move on. Sell more books, write more books. Keep that money machine turning. Wall Street Journal uses gross sales as their gauge of bestsellers, and they list a bunch of books each week. They count the numbers from Monday through Sunday. Retailers report on Monday or Tuesday, and the list posts Tuesday or Wednesday. If you hit one of those, congratulations. Keep in mind, you have to have certain minimum sales on each of several platforms, mainly Barnes & Noble and Apple, in addition to Amazon sales. You can sell 30,000 copies of a book in a week on Amazon, and you'll launch the book into their top numbers, but you won't hit any lists. Don't let that get you down. You sold 30,000 books. Party like it's 1999, and then get back to work. New York Times is an editorial effort. There was a lawsuit about that from an author who sold some 30,000 copies of his book in a single week. He didn't make the list and took it all the way to the Supreme Court. New York Times won under the argument that the list is considered to be editorial in nature. Actual sales was irrelevant to what they posted. If you want to hit the New York Times list, you have that hurdle to cross in addition to a mass quantity of sales. Conventions and professional organizations. There are a bunch out there, and most have an annual fee attached. I don't belong to any of these. I was surprised to find that there was no single resource for conventions online. The best thing to do is search for those who hold some sort of annual or regional event. Try these groups. Professional organizations and groups. IASFA, International Association of Science Fiction and Fantasy Authors. I run this one, and there is no fee to join. NINC, Novelists, Inc. RWA, the Romance Writers Association. SFWA, Nebula Conference, Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America. MWA, Mystery Writers of America. HWA, Horror Writers of America. SOA, Society of Authors. NWU, National Writers Union. SCBWI, Society of Children's Book Writers and Illustrators. ALLI, Alliance of Independent Authors. There's 20 books. I no longer run these due to ill health. Mile High Con in Denver, Norwest Con in Seattle, Dragon Con in Atlanta, and Superstars Writing Seminar in Colorado. Does this list seem anemic? It is, because it's only a sample. Comic book conventions are huge, but how good do self-publishers of novels do at those shows? Some do great, others not so well, I've heard. But your experience may be different. Make sure you are aligned with your readership, and then find the conferences, conventions, and shows that fit. You can't go wrong if you're hanging out with your people. If you don't feel energized after an author conference, then don't go back to it. You should be energized and exhausted. Craft shows where you practice writing or work on the craft specific to your genre are also completely different. Most of these are paid services, and I don't have first-hand knowledge from any of them, so I'm not going to post them here as I don't want it perceived that I support one over another, because I simply don't know. If you are looking at a paid service, do your due diligence. Research with past students and find out who has taken what they've learned and become successful. What are they teaching and to what extent? Yes, here I am charging you for this ebook and talking about what others are doing by charging you. I only put this book together because a number of new authors wanted a reference of my general conversations as part of the 20 Books to 50K group. They said they would pick out what would help them the best. That fits with my mantra that no one can tell you how to take your journey. It is yours alone to power through the climb, but you can find things to help you and learn of pitfalls to avoid. The challenge is to keep climbing until you reach your personal goal, then define a new one and head for that. That's what this book is all about. It's not a step-by-step guide, even though I put a guide on the cover. No one but you can determine which signposts will lead you to your destination. Random rants and motivational posts from the 20 Books to 50K Facebook group. When you have a gazillion authors in one place, sometimes they get a little rambunctious. As General George S. Patton Jr. said, if you want them to remember it, give it to them dirty. Language warning. The last bit of this chapter is salted with a few F-bombs and other things that you may not want to hear. Skip past if you need to. I try not to go overboard and try not to swear too much in my daily life, but there are times when it gushes forth like water over the dam. Damn! Get that shit under control! Go outside, unfuck yourself, and then get back in here. What the hell? In any case, because people asked for these, here they are. Random rants. Professionalism. Drawing the line. For those who have been on board with 20 Books to 50K for a while, you will have noticed that we've become less accepting of certain post types. There's a reason for that. When we started, we had our eyes on other professional writing organizations as alternatives. We could talk about our platforms and realizing the value of words while also celebrating. In some of those other places, it was only cool to throw accolades at the big guys. But then we saw too many of those organizations implode because they lost focus. I know we won't. I cast no aspersions. It was how they were founded. But we saw for ourselves and realized that 20 Books to 50K was growing in a way to set a new standard for professional authors, no matter whether you self-published, hybridized, or were solely trad. Doesn't matter here which way you go. What does matter is not looking down on your fellows. No one is better than anyone else. Some have more experience, some have fanatically loyal fans in great numbers. We all deserve to celebrate. There's no need to start a post with, I know this may be small to some, but all that matters is that it is big for you, with an opportunity to increase your impact moving forward. The best way to move forward is with 20 Books to 50K setting the standard. We have more members than every professional author organization that I know of. We also don't have anything that separates one from another. We don't have awards to covet, badges to earn, or boards to sit on. We have all of us together, a single rising tide. This is a long game. As such, you don't want an issue of the day making you alienate yourself. We don't allow drama in here, like a lawsuit over erotic wolf stories with similar tropes. I hear lamentations echo across the net. I'm tired of this shit. Indie authors are tearing their community apart. Bullshit. One indie acts badly. There are millions of us. Another indie acts badly. Doesn't make it endemic. And that's the line we remain above. We raise our standards ourselves. We encourage people to stay focused on what they are doing to realize value from their words, ethically. You only hear these stories because not enough talk about the good things, and too many out there in unbridled Facebook land go into hyper buzz mode. Why waste the energy? I'm getting out of KU. Amazon is screwing the authors. You better have a good business plan, or you just tanked your revenue. It takes a while to build up a wide audience. Sure, you can do it, but not riding a wave of self-induced outrage, but writing a solid business plan with a good foundation of knowledge on wide advertising. Professionals talk logistics. Even when you publish trad, you need to know marketing. You need to relate to your fans. You need to manage reader expectations. If you're going to do all that work, you might as well reap all the rewards. Again, being a professional means knowing what you want to achieve. Maybe you have to work for someone else. That is way okay. I did it for 34 years of my adult life. But not anymore, because I leveraged all that time to put myself into the position to write full-time. Giving and receiving hard feedback is being professional. I don't want anyone hamstringing themselves through phony accolades. In Pamela Kelly's excellent posts on why aren't my books selling, people are giving good words and impressions about the public presentation on the product page. We won't allow name-calling or denigration. When you ask for feedback, you also need to be cordial in getting it. If you think someone's opinion is crap, fighting with them is the last thing you want to do. Thank you is all you need to say. Don't damage your brand as an author by being one who is hard to work with. In other words, be a professional. Keep looking forward and keep planning forward while writing today. You produce and you sell, and then you do it again, but better next time, and continue to grow, even if you only write one book a year. There's no pressure from here, only tips and tools to do a little bit better with each new release. People are generally good. Indies are generally good people. There are a few bad actors in all walks of life, and they're the ones who get the press. Too many people need drama in their lives. Generations grew up with soap operas because drama sells. Don't let it consume you or your business, because you are a professional, and we're trying to set a new standard here for all to follow. Lament not. Save that for later when the battle is over. It's what every warfighter is taught, and you've all been conscripted in the world's fight against the invisible foe. In this part of your world, the self-publishing world, you are in control of moving forward. You are in charge of what you do with this time. I've personally deleted a bunch of posts that decry the abnormality of the times, the delays in shipping paperbacks, whether stock or author copies. Right now, focus your efforts on selling ebooks rather than adding to an overburdened delivery system that is being weakened through infected warehouses and delivery drivers. Who wants their package of books delivered by a driver running a 102-degree temperature? Did you really need those books that badly, especially right now? Let's do what we can do without adding to the too real daily drama. Let's focus on our business. Books will be delivered late. I ordered author copies yesterday, and we'll get them when we get them. No pressure from me, no stress on my end. Keep writing, keep publishing, keep promoting, and keep moving forward with your business. I guarantee this pandemic will change the face of the world forever. Don't be the one who descended into a deep pit. Be the one who stood above and helped people realize a level of normalcy. That is the gift authors can give. Did you ever imagine there would be a day when advice you give to save lives consisted of stay home and read a good book? That is now. Share your books, promote your books, and connect with your readers. Go out there and save some lives. I don't want folks to lament in here. Save it for when the battle's over, and by then you won't need to because a new challenge will arise to shape the safer world in a better way. Peace, fellow humans. This is your time. Want to get your master's or PhD in self-publishing? Now's the time to do it, at little to no cost. You have the time, but can you focus? Are you a business professional? There's only one answer to that. Yes, if you can write a book, you can do everything else it takes. This crisis will end, and we will be stronger for it, especially those who already had their online platforms. That's us. But you're going to have a lot of competition as others ramp into the online marketplace. But other buyers will enter too. People will need something to do. One of the cheapest forms of entertainment that delivers the longest return is reading. People will grow tired of the gloom and doom. Give them an alternative world to disappear into. And then make sure they can find it. Branding, visual appeal, gripping tales. No, not those tales, the other tales. Characters they can relate to. Visibility, buzz. So much opportunity available for those with the chops. Is that you? You're in this group, so at the very least, you are willing to give the business side of it a look. It starts with a good story told in a great way. How do you know if you can write well? Other people tell you, especially strangers. How do you know you can write better? Because the fans keep coming back. If you genre hop, then you're handicapping yourself, but it is not impossible to be a successful genre hopper. It is a great deal of work, though. I'm a big fan of series. So are my fans. What will marketing look like going forward? Much the same, with some new innovations. The innovators will be at the front of the wave, but the stalwart will ride the old methods. Facebook is being crushed right now because of the amount of people actively using it. If your Facebook ads aren't up to snuff, you might want to give them a brush up. Amazon browsers will also be many, but people will be discriminating with their money. I predict there will be a pickup in Kindle Unlimited page reads during this crisis, as people are looking for the cheapest form of the cheapest entertainment. Your newsletter list will be gold, a conversation with those who get up each day and check email because online is their only connection with the outside world. Have that personal conversation with them. Everyone is hurting in some way. Share the pain in a positive way. If you have the bandwidth and the net isn't choked, check out the 20 Books to 50K YouTube channel. You can't sell a book you haven't written. Get the words, and then do what you need to do to make them better, either now or with the next book. Keep writing, and then put on your business hat and go to work. There is no top on the mountain of success, but there are an awful lot of really cool waypoints. The opportunities are endless for those willing to learn. This crisis will end. When you look back months from now, what will you see? We're being asked to stay away from other people. We have been practicing this for our entire indie careers. We have the experience and wisdom to be successful during the lockdown. Make the most of your time. Do right by yourself and your family. Be one with the rising tide. You're an indie. You're tougher than the average Joe. Go forth and conquer, my friends. How do you maintain high quality and still publish quickly? Writing a book takes time. You have to get the words down. They need to be good words with pace and flow, good characters, a compelling plot. I can do roughly 1,000 words an hour of that. A 60,000-word book takes 60 focused hours. I spend 70 to 80 hours a week in front of my computer, so getting 20 focused hours per week is eminently doable because I do this full time. I can get 1,500 words per hour during certain scenes, but I am best budgeting for 1,000. With my new high-speed, low-drag, long-range, high-intensity, low-profile outlining technique, I can get up to 1,500 words per hour for almost any scene. I see my production increasing to crazy numbers. I write a lot, and just like anything, I've gotten better with practice. Just like you can't run a marathon the first time you strap on the sneakers, you probably won't knock out a high-quality book a month when you first start out. My goal initially was 1,000 words per day, and I didn't always hit it. Now, it is a sorry day if I can't get 2,500 words, and I write every single day. You can't edit a blank page, and that big bucket of nothing gets deep quickly if you don't write. I listen to my editors. I have a few. I send partially completed manuscripts to my insiders for a sanity check. None of that happened overnight. It took a good year and a half of constant production and listening to the people who were trying to help and who understood me. I also read my reviews looking for trends to help me address plot issues, although thanks to early checking by my editors, the general stories were sound and the characters were three-dimensional. I have an editor on salary, another 2 on standby, developmental editors ready to help, and a small team of insider beta readers. I thank them all profusely every chance I get, even if I don't agree with their input. They took the time to give me their opinions, and I listen. They have the perspective of readers, so my assumption is, if they have to ask, then I wrote it wrong. When I get edits back, I stop what I'm doing and address them. First editor, second editor, developmental editors, and finally beta readers. Usually that intervention takes from 15 minutes to an hour. Deal with it and move on. I do all this in a continuous cycle. After nearly 2.5 million words, I send my first draft to my editor as soon as I type the end, then I start the next book. While writing one book, if I have a moment of exceptional clarity, I will put everything aside and outline the whole new story. This is my new thing, even if it is only 1,000 words of outline. A good story starts with a great hook and wraps up with an awesome and happy for my readers ending. I make sure to capture those. I'll add some dialogue tidbits, some scenes, some interactions, a general flow. Some people use the term beats, but those only happen in my head. And there you go. Imagine, write, repeat. The danger of moral relativism. A rant. If you are trying to be someone other than yourself, I recommend you stop. Seriously, fucking stop. How many words I write in a day is immaterial to how many you write in a day, which has no relation to whether they are good words or not. Only you can put the right number of good words on the paper each day. What other people do doesn't matter to what you can do. I post numbers and such, but only to show what's possible. You don't want to be me. I can't freaking breathe. Last night, I slept a few hours, got up for a couple, then grabbed another hour and a half of sleep. No one wants to live like that. I surely don't. I make the most of my time with what I have, which is all anyone can do. How do you plan your work? How do you prepare your story? How do you grind out the words, even when it's only background stuff between the good scenes? When it's done, how do you find people who will pay for it, like it, and then buy more of your stuff? That's what this group is about. It's a smorgasbord, not a horse race where you have to become a thoroughbred. None of us are thoroughbreds here. We're all mutts, scrappy, and refusing to leave the track when someone else tells us that we're not good enough. It is your business. That doesn't mean someone won't tell you that your baby's ugly. We've all heard those words. Are they right? Many times they are. Sometimes they aren't. No matter what, listen, and then adjust as only you can. Don't try to be someone else. If someone tells you to write more like James Patterson, then you'll be set. Bullshit. Write like you, taking good lessons in craft from those who are dominating your genre, but always write in your voice. It could change over time. That's okay. We evolve as writers. I thank the stars that after 2 million words published, I don't write like I used to. My average sentence length was 8 words. Holy crap. I think I do much better now, but that was on me to change and determine if I wanted to change. No one else. Whether you publish 1 book a year or 30, there are tips, hints, hacks, and best practices that can help you. It's a smorgasbord. Choose what's best for you and understand that sometimes there are business consequences. You may hit it big with 1 book of poetry published once a year, but the odds are against it. By publishing often in a big market, I hedge my bet. If I wrote only 1 book a year, I doubt that I would make even $5,000 a year. That's the reality of my publishing business. But that's my business, and the pressure to get out the next story is on me and me alone, but not because someone else is doing it, but because the fans want it. We all want fans, and when you get them, you cradle them in a fleece-lined basket. I write for me, and I write for my fans. My last book, published on Christmas Day, has been my best-received book, highest consistent ranking, and best reviewed. I took 6 weeks to write it and get it out because that worked for my situation. The fans waited for me because I stayed in touch with them, shared that I had the flu. None of that stuff happened by accident. I spent 2 years building my newsletter subscribers, gaining followers on Amazon, earning the trust of my readers. This business is hard, and I always encourage people to work hard at the right things. I'm down and don't feel like writing today. We all feel like that, but in this case, I would always encourage you to get a few words down. Write something. An author's safe place is their stories. It's where you can be yourself, if only for a few moments. You can't edit a blank page, and you may delete your words later, but get something down. Not because of others, but because that's what professional authors do. They write the words. How many? That's up to you. Compare yourself to no one else. We can all be envious of someone else's success, but that is where moral relativism rears its ugly head. It's where those who believe that if you write a book a month, they must be low quality. Bullshit! Speed and quality are not mutually exclusive. Many authors can do that. Many others cannot. What matters is what you can do. No one runs a marathon the first day they strap on the sneakers. Write every day, and you'll be amazed at what you can accomplish. Get feedback on your craft from those in your genre, readers, because they are your target audience for sales. Improve with every new word, but only you know where your goal is. Listen, study, and put into practice those elements that will help you improve your sales. Set your goals by what is in your control. Make $1 million is not in your control, but incrementally applying marketing lessons from the likes of Brian Meeks and Mallory Cooper is in your control. Most importantly, be the best version of yourself that you can be. It is far too bothersome trying to be someone else. Book length. See what I did there? Book is an undefined term. I publish lots of books. Some are novels, others novellas, even some novelettes and short stories. SFWA, Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America, even though it's a worldwide organization, has defined the terms with set word counts. Novel, 40,000 or more words. Novella, 17,500 to 40,000. Novelette, 7,500 to 17,499. Short story, up to 7,499 words. What does this mean to you and the word count of your stories? I suggest that these limits are meaningless. What is the right word count for you and your story? What is the right business model to sell your product? Remember, when you publish your book, it becomes a product. Try to get the right word count to the best business model that you can handle. Some genres sell well at 50,000 words. If you write a 150,000 word tome and put it up, it may not sell well, or you may have to work extra hard at marketing, and you may not be able to charge 3 times what the 50,000 word books sell for. Does it take 3 times as long to write? Are the production costs 3 times as much? There's only one cover, but editing costs are usually by the word. Sometimes you have to step outside of yourself and have that business conversation. I can't write a book under 100,000 words. That's fine, but understand the business impact. Maybe you need to write a 200,000 word book to fit into the epic fantasy genre, but your book is only 70,000 words. That's okay too. Put on your business hat and determine how you will market it and what the test readers think of it. It's a product, and not all products sell well, no matter how much we love them. The reason I'm posting this is because many people have been lamenting word counts and asking what people write. There is little value in that. What does your specific genre look like? That goes to reader expectations, which is what writing to market means. If you go outside normal boundaries, and we are all about hacking the process here, understand that you will face business challenges. If you don't have a firm grip on marketing and such, you may not want to tackle that obstacle out of the gate. Once established, you may be able to define your own market. J.K. Rowling did that, and it was well worth it once the market responded, but she had a team of professionals on her side. We're indies and have to carry that load ourselves, or share a great deal of our profits with someone else who may or may not come through for us. I published a post-apoc book, general genre length is 50,000 words, that was 117,000 words long. It did really well. It only took me an extra week to write the additional words. That was a great writing week, and the payout in KU page reads was tremendous. No lamentations here, and the readers were stoked to get 2 books for the price of 1, which was how we marketed it. You have to write the story first. It helps to have a target in mind that you can get close to through a good outline and an idea of what the reader expectations are for your genre. You could be like me and simply call everything you publish a book. No fucking shortcuts. If you can't tell, this might be a rant. Being an indie is hard work, and you get to do it all. Don't compare yourself to me, and don't tell me I can't write good books because I write them too quickly. Just because you can't do this, yet, it doesn't mean it can't be done. I don't give a flying goat fuck what Agatha Christie did in the 1930s. When it comes to writing, I care what Craig Martell can do in 2018. Period. I share what I learned because, in my past, I've hurt people. I have a lot to make up for. Have you ever killed anyone? Try to be a little more understanding on why someone might be fanatically driven, whether to help other people or to race up a mountain of publishing success, or do both. Still, your journey is yours alone. Learn from me. That's what wisdom is all about. I guarantee that I learned all these lessons the hard way. You don't have to do it wrong in the first place. If you know where the pitfalls are, they are easier to avoid. If you want to go on an epic nut roll, have at it. That's your business. My tolerance for people trying to drag others down to their level is at an end. This one-finger salute is for you. Just because you can't motherfucking do it doesn't mean it can't be done. What separates the winners from everyone else? Digging in, doing the hard work after everyone else has gone home, learning. As you write and publish, you will find 1,000 people willing to coach you, just like everyone in the stands at every sporting event. Just because they are yelling different stuff, it doesn't make any of it wrong. Listen and learn. What did I do to get to this place? I worked a job for the first 21 years of my life so I could have health care for life and a retirement. Those gave me the foundation to do other things, like put myself through law school so I could make some real money in order to set myself up for enjoying life. Finally, at age 52, everything was in place for me to do what I wanted to do. I couldn't have done it at 22 or 32 or even 42. Age 42. That's when I started law school, graduating summa cum laude 2.5 years later. Everyone's path is different, because everyone's motivation is different, because everyone's goal is different. 20 Books to 50K is about doing what needs to be done to make money. If you want to write the next literary masterpiece, I congratulate you for embracing that goal. It may take a number of tries, but if you want it badly enough, go after it. If you want to make money, it'll be hard if you don't enjoy writing the stories, like crawling through broken glass hard. People talk about writing to market. That is simply finding the balance between what you like to write and where people are buying the stories. You may be able to snag a bestseller in a small market, but will you be able to make a living? That's your business to determine which is most important. I'm personally okay with a book ranked 200 overall on Amazon that isn't a bestseller, as opposed to one ranked 2,000 that is. That's my personal preference. You can make a good living writing 2 or 4 books a year, but you better embrace marketing, good ads, and business management. If you only want to write, then accept that you may not make a living wage. The vast majority of authors don't. Once again, 20 Books to 50K is about tips, hints, tricks, and lessons to help you sell more books, but you have to find what works best for you. 70 to 80 hours every fucking week. I have averaged 2,664 words per day every single day for the past 876. Yes, I keep track to that level of fidelity because I embrace the business side as much as the storytelling side. I'm going to Iceland for a week in May, and then Bali in January. Those are my vacations, and if you're up on things, you'll know Bali is a conference, but it'll be a total bash. Authors sitting around and talking, enjoying adult beverages, maybe getting some sun on the beach. But most of all, meeting, greeting, and celebrating. That is my idea of a vacation because when it comes to the author biz, I'm all in. And that didn't happen overnight. There's no shortcut to stardom. There's no shortcut to Hollywood. There's no shortcut in writing a book. You and you alone have to do the work. Surrounding yourself with good people helps lighten the load, but you still have the heavy lifting. The bottom line of this rambling diatribe is that you need to temper your goals with what you are willing and capable of doing. Not everyone is going to get to be a full-time author, and very few of those will reach atmospheric levels of success. I work hard at the right things, and I am rewarded in multiple ways. Meeting great people, having people talk about their success based on lessons from this group, selling more books, and getting incredibly supportive reviews and comments. Sure, I work really hard. Not all of it pans out, but this is the best job I've ever had, and it wouldn't have been possible without all the other jobs that I've had. Rational discourse, or rant. I don't get angry on here often because I believe that most people are good people trying to do a little better for themselves and their families with each new day. 20 books is something I wholeheartedly believe in, so much so that I've committed hundreds of hours of my time and nearly $10,000 of my money to put on 2 conferences, with the potential for annual shows going forward. That all depends on the base premise that people can share what works for them. Don't dictate to others what they should or shouldn't do. Everyone is at a different stage of their journey. Everyone needs a different tool to help them get over the next hump. That's what the 20 Books conferences are trying to do. You sit back, take what you can from the presentations, network with people who you can relate to, and get back home to put those lessons into practice. Insisting that someone use the Oxford comma is fucking moronic. If you use it, fine, that's your business. Telling someone else to use it isn't what this group is all about. This group is about how to make money off what we love to do. If your books aren't selling, telling other people that their writing isn't good enough doesn't make readers buy your books. But there is a shitload of tips in here that will help. Craft is one part of what we do. If you don't take that seriously, then there may be some long-term viability issues with your product. Make no mistake, your stories are a product to be sold. If you don't think so, then you shouldn't be in this group. You're not selling your baby. It's a story, and you can love it, but when you publish it, it's a product. I am a huge fan of continuous improvement. Your first book can be total shit, but if people see the story within and want to read more, then you know you are onto something. Michael calls that the minimum viable product. Story trumps the Oxford fucking comma. Get better with each new book, and the readers will take the journey with you. With over 10,000 members in 20 Books to 50K, it would be easy to destroy what this group is about through petty dictates. Don't fall into that trap. If you share what works for you. If you comment what works for you. A little educated rhetoric goes a long way. Name-calling does not. Denigration does not. This group is about support in a shark-filled publishing world with indies out there on their own, fighting against the big money of trad pub. A rising tide lifts all boats. Continue on your personal journey up the mountain to more and more profitability as an author. Fill your toolbox as you go with tips as you find them. And for fuck's sake, people, be decent human beings. And this wasn't about the Oxford comma, for fuck's sake. The comments were out of control on this rant, which only solidified my point, but not to those who needed to hear it. This has been Become a Successful Indie Author. Work Toward Your Writing Dream. Written by Craig Martell, narrated by Chris Abernethy. Copyright 2018, 2020, 2023 by Craig Martell. Production copyright by Craig Martell.